Years ago, I was driving back home from a 3-day solo camping trip in Yosemite. I'd taken a few days off work. I'm a seasonal park ranger based out of northern Nevada, and I had just wrapped up a late spring assignment. I figured the short trip to Yosemite would help me clear my head before the busy summer season started. The hike was beautiful. I'd stayed off the tourist trails, stuck mostly to the quieter backcountry areas that most folks avoid. I didn't talk to anyone during those 3 days, didn't need to. I've spent enough time alone in the wilderness to feel comfortable with silence. Or at least I used to. It was around 5 in the evening when I was driving out on one of those long, winding roads that run parallel to the Sierra foothills. The sun was dropping but still bright, casting long shadows across the road. I remember the trees, the way they stood perfectly still in the breeze, their pine needles barely twitching. I had my windows cracked slightly, letting the cool air. I've been drinking water all day and finally hit that point where I had to stop and take a leak. There wasn't much traffic, maybe one car every 15 or 20 minutes, and I'd driven this road plenty of times before. I knew there was a wide gravel shoulder up ahead where people sometimes pull over to stretch or take pictures. That's where I stopped. I put the truck in park, left the engine running, and stepped out. I didn't stray far, maybe 30 feet off to the right side of the road, just enough to get some cover behind a patch of manzanita and tall brush. I zipped down and did my business. That's when I noticed it, the birds. They'd been chirping softly the whole time. Not loud, not anything unusual, just a regular forest ambience. But suddenly, everything stopped. Not just the birds. No wind through the trees, no rustling leaves, no insects. It was like someone hit a mute button on the entire landscape. That silence hit me like a slap. You don't spend years working as a ranger without learning to listen for these things. When animals go quiet, something's usually wrong. My first thought was bear. It was the right time of day. Bears often move in the late afternoon and early evening. I wasn't exactly in bear territory, but I wasn't far from it either. Black bears are common around the Sierra, especially this close to Yosemite. They don't usually bother people, but I wasn't in the mood to take chances. I cut it short, zipped up, and started walking back to my truck. The gravel crunched under my boots as I moved fast but calm, eyes scanning the brush and shadows to my left. The truck wasn't far, maybe 30, 35 feet, but it felt further now that things had gone so quiet. And then I heard it. It came from the trees, somewhere to the left and slightly behind me. It was a sound that made every muscle in my body lock up. I worked around mountain lions, black bears, even a few wolves when I was posted up north one year. I've heard owls scream, elk bugle, and foxes bark. This wasn't any of that. It was loud, way too loud for something small. It had this high, stretched out pitch like a siren but organic. Imagine a person screaming with everything they've got while standing next to an air raid horn. It wasn't quite human, but it wasn't fully animal either. It shook something inside me. I felt it in my teeth, in my bones. It sounded like pain, rage, and panic all mixed into one sound. And it was close. Not far away, echoing through the woods close. I mean within 100 feet close. I didn't look back. I didn't try to figure it out. I ran. My boots barely hit the ground as I sprinted the last 30 feet to my truck. I could hear gravel flying behind me, probably from my own feet kicking it up. I don't remember breathing, just raw, animal instinct. I dove into the cab, slammed the door, and jammed the truck into drive. As the tires spun out of the gravel, throwing stones behind me, I heard it again. Louder this time. Closer. Like it had moved. Like whatever it was had followed me when I ran. That same horrible, distorted scream bellow that seemed to come from every direction at once. My whole truck shook with the volume of it. I couldn't see anything through the side mirror, and I sure as hell wasn't about to stop and look. I didn't lift my foot off the gas until I'd been driving for a solid 10 minutes. My heart was hammering the whole time. I kept checking the mirrors, expecting to see something sprinting down the road behind me, but there was nothing. The birds hadn't come back, and the air outside still felt thick with silence. I got home about 6 hours later, pulled into my driveway, turned off the truck, and just sat there. I couldn't stop thinking about the sound. It played over and over in my head, and it still does sometimes. I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking if I closed my eyes, I'd hear it again right outside my window. It stuck with me. That silence. That scream. For weeks after that, I tried to explain it away. My brain went into overdrive, trying to line it up with something I could name. I started looking into animal calls. I dug into databases of wildlife vocalizations. Bears, cats, coyotes, foxes, elk, owls, even insects. I listened to hundreds of clips online, even reached out to a friend who's a wildlife biologist in Fresno. Nothing matched. Some came close. Mountain lions can make awful screams, sure, but not this. This was deeper, louder, bigger. It felt like it had weight. It had presence. The closest comparison I could find was the mating call of a red fox, but even then, the volume and tone were way off. Plus, a fox call doesn't shake your chest. This did, and no animal I know of moves silently through brush that thick and sounds that loud without ever being seen. I kept this to myself for a while. I didn't want to be that ranger telling stories about monsters in the woods. I've always taken pride in my realism. I've laughed off Bigfoot stories. I've rolled my eyes at people talking about the Wendigo or skinwalkers. But what I heard that evening was real. It wasn't a ghost or a demon. It was something with lungs and muscles and legs. Something that knew how to move without being seen and scream like it wanted to scare the world into freezing. Eventually, I started asking around. Carefully, casually. I mentioned weird animal noises to a few local rangers and forest workers. Some gave me confused looks. Some laughed. But one guy, older ranger named Frank, just nodded slowly. He didn't say anything, but his eyes told me enough. He'd heard something too. Maybe not the same thing, but something that didn't sit right. Something he couldn't explain. A few months later, I came across a forum online for SCR personnel, search and rescue folks. It's a private board where rangers, wilderness medics, and backcountry law enforcement share stories and advice. I found a thread titled Unidentified Sounds in Sierra Range, and it had dozens of posts. People describing things just like I heard. Loud, unnatural, too close, no animal matches. Most of them ended the same way. No explanation, no confirmation, just long nights thinking about it. It gave me some relief. I wasn't alone, but it didn't give me peace. I still go out into the woods. I still work alone, but I'm not the same anymore. I double-check my surroundings more. I leave earlier in the day. I carry extra gear. I keep my radio on, even when I know no one's listening. There's a part of me now that's always waiting for that silence to come back. That moment when the birds stop, when the air goes still, when the trees start watching. I don't think it was a cryptid or some mythical creature. I think it was something real, some large, territorial animal we haven't officially documented, or maybe something rare and endangered that behaves in ways we haven't studied yet. Something that lives deep enough and quiet enough to avoid our detection most of the time. Maybe a genetic anomaly. Maybe a predator displaced by wildfire or drought. But here's the truth that sticks with me the most. Just because we haven't classified something doesn't mean it isn't there. Nature is still bigger than us. The woods are deep, and we haven't mapped every inch. Sounds carry strange over distance and terrain. Light shifts quickly in the trees. You think you know the forest until you don't. That scream was real. I know it with everything I've got. And maybe someday, someone will record it. Maybe they'll catch a glimpse of what made it. Maybe it'll make the news, and I'll finally have a name to put to the noise. But until then, I live with it. And I stay alert. Because out there, not far from Yosemite, something else is watching. Something that can scream louder than anything I've ever heard, and still leave no trace behind. And that's what scares me most. I was a few years into my job as a seasonal backcountry ranger for Olympic National Park when this happened. That summer, I'd volunteered to take a longer stretch on the west side of the park, deep in the rainforest where moss hangs thick off every branch and the air always smells wet, even in August. It's a beautiful place, one that grabs you with its silence and weight, and I never minded being assigned there. In fact, I like being far away from the day hiker traffic on the Easter trails and deeper into the country where only the truly prepared made it through. It started as a week-long trip. My two buddies, Andy and Kyle, who weren't rangers but were experienced hikers, had planned to join me on a week of trail maintenance and general observation along the Bogachiel River area. The trail follows the river for miles, weaving through ancient groves and muddy terrain, with offshoots that take you into places where it's easy to forget roads ever existed. We parked at one of the small ranger access pullouts off the Forest Service Road. One of those narrow dirt roads barely wide enough for a truck, just ruts and gravel in the trees. We had another couple hours of daylight, and the plan was to drive into the trailhead, hike in about 3 miles, and set up base camp. From there, we'd do day hikes deeper in and knock out a few flag tasks, repairing washed out sections of the trail, checking on a wildlife camera, and reporting on some flooding damage from earlier in the year. Nothing wild, or at least nothing I expected to be. I was driving, Andy was riding shotgun, and Kyle was in the back with the gear. I wasn't going fast, maybe 25, 30 miles per hour tops. You don't speed on those roads unless you want to get rattled to death. It had been a quiet drive so far. No signs of other vehicles. Just us in the woods. We were maybe 5 miles from the trailhead, passing through a tight bend where the trees closed in hard on both sides, when something massive burst out of the underbrush on the right side of the road. It happened in a second, maybe less. The brush exploded, green ferns flaring like fireworks, and a black bear charged straight out in front of the truck. I hit the brakes, tires crunching over loose gravel, and for the briefest moment I thought we'd hit it. But the bear didn't stop. It turned up the road and took off ahead of us. I swear to God, I've never seen something that big move so fast. It was maybe 300 pounds, pure muscle, jet black, low to the ground and flying. Its paws thudded on the road like sledgehammers. You could see the power in every bound. Not lumbering, not stumbling, just fast, controlled, intent. I remember gripping the steering wheel, not to steer, but because the sight of it tightened something in my chest. That thing was pulling away from the truck, and we were still doing 25 miles per hour. For a couple seconds, we just watched it. The bear ran up the road like a thoroughbred, gaining distance. That deep, fluid run that big animals have, like gravity doesn't hold them down the same way it holds us. Then, without warning, it glanced back over its shoulder. That moment stuck with me more than anything else. The look in its eyes wasn't fear, not really. It was calm. It was deliberate, as if it was saying, I see you. You're no threat. And then it veered off the road again and disappeared into the woods like it had never been there. For a full minute, none of us spoke. Not a word. Just the ticking of the engine and the sound of the wind dying back down. I eased off the brake, heart still hammering. I don't know if I was more shaken by the fact that a bear had crossed right in front of us, or that it had outrun a moving truck. I'd always known, in theory, that black bears could run over 30 miles per hour. You hear it in training. You read the warnings. But seeing it with your own eyes, that speed, that strength, it changes how you look at them. At yourself. We kept going, made it to the trailhead, and parked. The plan hadn't changed, but the mood had. That encounter had put us on edge. We were all experienced enough to push forward, but we had a new awareness, a kind of tension in our backs. We loaded up our packs, crossed the metal footbridge, and started hiking along the river trail. The forest was damp, the ground soft with old needles and fallen leaves. Huge trees, Sitka spruce, western hemlock, Douglas fir, towered above us. Ferns as tall as your waist lined the path. The sun filtered through in thin green light, and somewhere far off, we could hear the river. We made camp just off a ridge above the Bogachiel. Standard backcountry setup. One tarp for gear, our tents spaced a few yards apart, bare canisters tucked well away from where we'd sleep. That night, I didn't sleep well. Not because I was afraid of the bear. We'd seen it hours ago, and it had shown no interest in us. But something about how fast it had moved haunted me. It reminded me that we were just visitors here, that if something wanted to hurt us, we wouldn't stand a chance. The rest of the week went by without major incident, but I kept thinking about that bear. Every track we saw, every branch snapped just a little too high, made me stop. I knew that bear was still somewhere out there. I couldn't stop wondering where, or what else was watching us. On the 4th day, we were doing a longer hike up an unmaintained side trail to check on a downed bridge and a flag washout zone. This part of the trail hadn't been touched in years. It was overgrown, and we had to use machetes to clear a path in some places. About 5 miles in, we came across scat. Fresh, black bear, still warm. Then we saw a long, smeared mark in the mud where something heavy had passed. You could see the claw marks. Not from a lumbering stroll, this was a run. Something had moved through here fast, maybe just a few minutes ahead of us. We stopped, looked around. The forest was dead quiet. Now, Olympic is known for being damp, but this part was practically a swamp. Visibility was low, and sound didn't travel the way it did in drier areas. You could step on a branch 5 feet from someone and they wouldn't hear it. It felt like we were in a different world. Closed off, covered, hidden. We decided to turn back. Not because we were scared, but because it was the smart call. There was no need to push into unknown terrain with fresh signs of a bear in the area. We weren't there to prove anything. The bridge could wait. That night back at camp, something circled us. I didn't see it. None of us did. But we heard it, just after midnight. Something large moved through the brush just beyond our tents. Heavy, deliberate. You could hear the crunch of branches, the wet thump of paws in mud. Then silence. A few minutes later, again on the other side. Circling. We stayed still. We didn't call out. We didn't get out of the tents. It passed eventually, but I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, we found prints. Clear ones. About 30 feet from camp. Same bear, most likely, just letting us know it was around. We cut the trip short by day. Packed up and hiked back out. No shame in it. We weren't panicked. We were just smart. Bears usually want nothing to do with humans. But the thing about being that deep in the wilderness is that if something does go wrong, no one's coming to help. You're your own rescue. Driving out, we passed the spot where we'd seen the bear that first day. I slowed the truck and looked into the trees. No sign of anything, just dense underbrush, mossy trunks, and quiet. But I knew it was still out there. That bear reminded me of something that every ranger knows, but sometimes forgets. We're not the top of the food chain out there. Not even close. You can have maps, training, radios, even a firearm if policy allows. But none of it matters when you're standing face to face with 300 pounds of speed, muscle, and instinct. People like to talk about how you can outrun danger. That if you just move fast enough, you'll be okay. But I saw the truth with my own eyes. That bear ran faster than my truck. Looked over its shoulder like I was nothing. Disappeared like smoke. No one outruns a bear. And out in those woods, there are no second chances. That trip changed something in me. I still work as a ranger. I still go deep into the backcountry. But I carry a different kind of respect now. Not fear, respect. The kind that keeps your eyes up and your senses sharp. The kind that whispers in the back of your mind, you are only visiting. We made it home fine. Reported our findings. Logged the bear sightings. No incident reports needed. But I'll never forget that look the bear gave us as it ran. Not a threat. Not afraid. Just a reminder. I became a park ranger because I wanted quiet. I spent too much of my childhood trying to avoid noise. People yelling, engines screaming, news blaring, phones ringing. As I got older, I chased silence the same way some people chase a paycheck or a drink. The woods offered that. Wide open spaces, birds instead of honking horns, still water instead of screens. It seemed like the right direction for my life. When I first joined the service in my 20s, I thought I'd found my calling. But not everything in the woods is peaceful. People come out here thinking they can dump their problems in the trees and that the wild will just eat it all up, keep it quiet. But the woods don't forget. They don't clean up after people the way a city does. They don't pave over the past. Out here, everything sticks around, and some of it finds you whether you're looking or not. I should have known I was never going to be like other rangers. I've seen things that shut my brain off for weeks at a time. The first time that happened, I was 8 or 9. My mom used to make baskets out of vines and bark, stuff she'd gather herself. I'd tag along when she went to collect. She'd give me a nickel for every bit of trash I picked up along the shore. Old cans, broken bottles, fishing line, cigarette packs. I liked the job. Felt like I was doing something good. That day we went out to a reservoir near what I think now was part of a national park. It was spring, sunny but cool. The shore had a mix of mud and stone, mostly dry near the edge, but the water was dark and still. I had a plastic bag and a woven basket I was helping her fill with natural stuff, dried vines, feathers, bark, cattails. I was wandering a little ways off, looking for soda cans or anything shiny. That's when I saw it, sitting half in the water, partly on a flat rock. A pale, wrinkled glove. That's what I thought. I remember thinking it looked rubbery, like the yellow gloves under my mom's sink. I want to grab it, just scoop it into my bag, easy nickel. But it wasn't a glove. I didn't realize it right away. I'd already picked it up. It was soft, but heavier than I thought. When I turned it over, I saw the fingernails. Purple-blue, skin soaked and peeling. It wasn't just a hand. It was part of someone's forearm, like it had been sliced right through, a few inches above the wrist. I screamed, and screamed again. I don't remember much after that, except my fingers wouldn't let go. My mom ran over, and I think she screamed too. She had to pry it out of my hands one by one. After that, we ran back to the car. This was early 90s, no cell phones. We drove to the nearest gas station and used the payphone. The cops came later and took the hand. I remember them trying to tell me it was probably a bare paw, but I saw fingernails. I knew. Later, they told us it had come from a drunk teenager. There'd been a party with a boat. One of them fell in, and the propeller got him. I guess the hand floated for a few days, and I just happened to find it before the fish took the rest. That's when I stopped talking for a while. 2 months, maybe more. I couldn't eat meat. I didn't want to be around lakes. That never really changed. You'd think that would be the worst thing to ever happen to me in the woods. But it wasn't. Years passed. I got into biology in high school. I liked plants, liked tracking animal signs, and learned to read the land. I went to college in Colorado and got a degree in environmental science. Took a few forestry and wilderness survival courses. I still wasn't much of a camper, but I was trying to push myself. One spring after a tough semester, I packed up my gear and went hiking in southwestern Colorado. I had a week to myself and wanted nothing more than trees, wind, and a few hot meals cooked over a fire. I didn't take anyone with me. I never liked crowds, and I was already drained from school. I had a rough idea of where I was going. A less traveled area, nothing marked too well. I parked at a dirt pull-off lot that I'd found on a topo map and set out. I had 4 days of supplies and figured I'd loop back on the last morning. The first day was fine. Cool breeze, light pack. I set up near a stream and made a small fire ring. No problems. The next day, I headed further in off the main trail. It had rained the night before, and the air smelled of pine sap and wet leaves. Around mid-afternoon, I heard a group of hikers ahead, laughing, stomping, crunching sticks. College kids, probably. I didn't want to see or hear anyone, so I veered off the trail and bushwhacked through a narrow ravine. I figured I'd meet the trail again on the other side. That detour is where everything turned. I didn't get lost. I knew where I was, but the woods grew denser the further I went. The trees packed and tight, mostly spruce, their lower branches bare but twisted. It was quiet, no birds or wind. The kind of quiet where your heartbeat feels loud. I kept walking. After about 20 minutes, I came into a small clearing. It looked unnatural, not flattened by wind or cleared by animals. It was like something had pulled everything back in a circle. And in the middle was what I can only call an altar. It was about waist high, a table made of old logs and rocks stacked together, covered in bones. Not just a few, dozens, maybe more. Some bleached white, others with bits of gristle or fur still on them. They weren't laid out neat, more like piled and propped. There were deer antlers sticking out the top, ribs woven into shapes, bird skulls tied with string. And around the clearing, someone had strung bones and pieces of rusted metal from trees, hanging on fishing line or twine. They clinked together when the wind moved. Not much, just enough to make noise like wind chimes made from broken teeth and nails. I couldn't move for maybe 5 minutes. I just stared, and I backed out the way I came. Slowly. I didn't take pictures. I didn't touch anything. I turned around and walked fast, not caring if the other hikers saw me. When I hit the trail, I started jogging. I made it back to my car around nightfall and didn't stop driving until I was almost back to the dorms. I've told maybe 2 people about that. Most think it was just some art project, some weird backwoods ritual. They ask if it could have been old or left from hunters. But I know what I saw, and that wasn't just some pile of deer bones. There were skulls I didn't recognize. Bones too small to be elk. Metal bits like nails, scissors, wire, all twisted into shapes. Someone built it for a reason. A reason that had nothing to do with nature. After that, I didn't camp again for years. Still, I stayed with the parks. After college, I got certified, did backcountry rescue for a couple years, and eventually got hired full-time in the Northwest. I thought I could push past what I'd seen. Tell myself it was a one-time thing. But the problem with the woods is that they don't forget. If something awful happens out there, it stays. And if you keep walking long enough, it'll find you again. One spring, I got stationed at a quiet stretch near the Canadian border. Lots of lakes, black bears, deep fir forests. Most people came to hike or fish. My job was mostly trail maintenance and logging wildlife sightings. Sometimes I cleared debris. Sometimes I helped lost campers get back on track. One morning, I went out to check a trail that had been closed all winter due to rock slides. It was a 9-mile loop with a steep elevation climb. I packed light, water, food, first aid, and a radio. About 3 miles in, the trail turned muddy. Spring melt, still cold in the shade. I walked slow, watching for fallen trees or washed out switchbacks. Around the 6th mile, I smelled something. It hit hard. Not just rot. Something sour and chemical, like spoiled meat mixed with old fuel. I left the trail to investigate, thinking it might be a dead elk or even a dumped barrel. We'd had illegal hunters before. What I found was worse. There was a clearing with a tarp. Half buried, half torn. Blue plastic shredded like claws had gone at it. Underneath, something had been living. Or hiding. Bones again. Not as many this time, but fresh. A deer spine, some fox remains, maybe even a raccoon. And something else. A bucket with meat in it. I didn't get close enough to check what kind. I marked it with flagging tape and radioed it in. When the team came out the next day, they found the bucket gone. The bones still there. The tarp burned. No signs of who or what had done it. I kept thinking about the altar. About how it wasn't just one place. About how people who want to be found don't hang bones in trees or boil meat in buckets miles from roads. I've been in this job for over 15 years now. I've pulled people out of canyons. I've been stalked by cougars. I've found suicide notes in tents, blood trails in snow, and tents cut open from the inside. But nothing has stuck with me more than those two things, the hand and the altar. They both showed me something. That peace is a thin layer out here. That nature might be quiet, but people bring their noise with them. Their sickness, their rituals. You walk far enough off the trail, and you find what the world forgets. I still work the job. I still believe in what I do. But I don't camp alone anymore. I don't wander off trail. And I don't pick up anything that looks like a glove. Not ever again. I've been working as a park ranger for a little over 12 years now. I've seen enough strange things in the wild to know that nature can be unpredictable. It doesn't need myths or fairy tales to be frightening. Reality is more than enough. And though I've had my fair share of close calls with bears, lost hikers, and dangerous weather, what happened to me last year in Sequoia National Park still lingers in my mind like a thorn buried under the skin. It wasn't something I saw in the daylight or something I heard with my ears. It was something that came to me in the middle of the night, something that felt real even though it wasn't. At least, not in the way most people think of reality. I took a week off last fall to do a solo trip into Sequoia. I needed a break from the visitors, the emergency calls, and the noise that comes with modern life. I packed light, just my sleeping bag, a cooler with simple meals, my boots, and the essentials I always take when I'm heading deep into the woods. I planned to sleep in the bed of my truck most nights, pull off at the smaller clearings, and camp where it was quiet. The trip started like any other. Quiet hikes, crisp air, the occasional sound of squirrels darting between redwoods. It was peaceful. Most people think of the sequoias as enormous and beautiful, which they are, but what's hard to explain is how small they make you feel. There's something about standing next to a tree that's been alive longer than your entire family line. Something ancient. You start to feel less like a man and more like a guest. On my third night out, I pulled off near a less used section of the park. It was away from the usual trails and didn't see many visitors. The clearing was wide, mostly flat, and surrounded by thick tree cover. There were no artificial lights, no noise, just the wind moving through trees and the occasional cracking branch from something moving in the distance. After eating a cold dinner from the cooler, I climbed up a nearby boulder to get a better view of the stars. I've done this hundreds of times in my life, but this night was different. As I pulled myself up onto the rock, my hands brushed against smooth indents in the surface. At first, I thought they were just weather-worn dips in the stone, but then I saw the circles, carved deliberate. Mortar bowls. I knelt beside them and ran my fingers over the shallow basins. Some were no wider than a cup, others larger, like they'd been worn down by generations of grinding. A few feet away were long grooves in the rock that looked like sharpening lines, the kind made by years of working stone or bone tools. I'd seen this sort of thing before on other patrols, always in areas once used by native tribes. There was something humbling about it. I sat there for maybe half an hour, just staring at the sky and occasionally glancing down at the carvings. I didn't think much of it at the time, other than appreciating the history. Eventually, the cold crept in, and I climbed back down to the bed of my truck. I unrolled my sleeping bag, zipped myself in, and fell asleep. What happened next? Well, it wasn't just a dream. Or at least, it didn't feel like one. I don't remember waking up in the traditional sense. 1 second, I was asleep in the truck bed. The next, I was on the forest floor, still inside my sleeping bag, but no longer in the clearing. There were no stars above me, no truck, no fire pit, just dark woods on all sides. My body felt heavy, like I was weighed down. I couldn't move at first, and everything was quiet. Then I heard a sound, soft, wet, and rhythmic. I turned my head slowly, the sleeping bag rustling beneath me, and that's when I saw it. A few feet to my left was a black, writhing mass. At first I thought it was water or shadows, but then I saw the movement. Dozens, no, hundreds of small, black, eel-like creatures slithering over the leaves and needles. They slid and twisted over each other like a river of living rope. The sight of it froze me to the core. They weren't moving randomly. They were flowing somewhere. I followed their path with my eyes, and that's when I saw the rattlesnake. It emerged from the center of the black swarm, head raised, tongue flicking. It didn't coil or strike right away. It just stared at me. Then, without warning, it lunged, its head striking my sleeping bag near my ribs. I kicked hard, thrashing inside the bag, but it didn't bite through. After 2 more strikes, it slithered back into the river of black shapes and vanished. My heart was hammering, but it wasn't over. The things, those black eel-like creatures, continued moving, flowing towards something behind me. I turned my head in the other direction and saw what they were crawling into. A dead horse. A large black horse, its side ripped open from chest to belly. The smell hit me late, sour, wet, and rotting. The horse was lying on its side, and my head had been resting near its neck. Its eyes were still open, rolled back. The black mass was disappearing into the gash in its stomach, sliding between exposed ribs and organs. The sight was so awful that my body reacted before my mind could catch up. I screamed and tried to sit up, to crawl away, but my limbs were weak and the sleeping bag tangled me. The next moment I was on my feet, heart racing, chest heaving. But I wasn't in the woods anymore. I was standing outside my truck, still zipped in my sleeping bag up to my waist, the tailgate down. My boots were lying in the dirt. My flashlight had rolled off to the side. The sky was still dark, but the first hint of blue was creeping over the horizon. Morning wasn't far off. My body was covered in sweat, and my hand was shaking. I didn't know how I got out of the truck bed or why I jumped to my feet like that. I looked around in every direction, scanning the trees, the brush, the ground, but there was nothing. No marks, no trail of anything, no dead horse. Just quiet forest, wind rustling through the needles. It took me a while to calm down. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting in the cab of the truck with the doors locked and my bear spray in my lap. I didn't sleep again until I drove out of the forest later that day and reached a proper ranger station. I didn't tell anyone. Not first. I didn't want to be the guy who had a weird dream and got spooked by the woods. I've always considered myself level-headed. Logical. I don't buy into the spiritual stuff. But the longer I sat with it, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something about that dream or vision or whatever it was tied to those mortar bowls. to the history of that place. I went back once, a few weeks later. I found the boulder again and the carvings. But this time I didn't climb up. I just looked from a distance, then turned and walked back to my truck. Some nights I still think about it, about how real it felt. The sound the eels made as they slid across the leaves. The weight of the dead horse beneath my head. The snake's eyes. I don't have an explanation for it, and maybe I never will. All I know is that since that night, I've never camped alone out there again. Not because I'm afraid of ghosts or curses, but because sometimes the mind shows you things that are too real to forget. Sometimes the places we sleep carry memories of things we can't understand. Not myths, not spirits, just the echo of lives that came before us, pressed into the stone and dirt like footprints in dried mud. And sometimes, if you're not careful, those echoes answer back. I've worked in national parks for nearly 13 years now, mostly along the east coast of Australia. My official title is Senior Field Ranger, but when people ask me what I do, I usually just tell them I hike a lot, clean up other people's messes, and make sure folks don't accidentally kill themselves or each other out in the bush. There's some paperwork, some patrols, some wildlife surveys, and more human stupidity than you'd think possible, considering people are allowed to carry kids and firearms into these places. I've seen it all. Idiots feeding dingoes from their tent flaps, backpackers getting naked and covering themselves in sunscreen, thinking it'll keep leeches off, entire school groups getting lost because their chaperone decided GPS works fine in gorges with no signal. But what sticks with me the most, strangely enough, isn't someone else's screw-up. It's something I witnessed early in my career, long before I was an actual ranger. Back then, I was just a young bloke on a long, dumb trip with a carload of mates and far too many drugs. It was 2009. I was 22, not long out of uni, working odd jobs, and trying to delay adulthood as long as I could. One summer, a group of 4 of us, me, Dave, Lockie, and Tom, decided to do a trip up the East Coast. No real itinerary, just a OODA full of camping gear, a vague plan to crash in as many national parks as we could, and enough weed, booze, and magic mushrooms to fuel a week-long music festival. It was one of those trips where you knew at the time you were being reckless, but you didn't care. We were young, stupid, and itching to disappear into the bush. I wasn't driving the first leg, which meant I had the green light to go off my face if I wanted. So naturally I did. I pulled out the Ziploc bag of mushrooms before we even left the border of New South Wales and ate a handful, maybe 7 or 8 caps, can't remember exactly. I figured I'd have a good few hours of giggling and tripping, and by the time we reached our first campsite in one of the smaller coastal parks, I'd be coming down gently and ready to help set up camp. That's not quite how it played out. By the time we pulled into the gravel clearing that served as the park's basic campground, I was absolutely gone. My limbs felt like balloon animals. The trees were bending in slow waves like seaweed underwater, and every now and then I'd burst into laughter so hard I'd nearly black out. I must have been more of a liability than anything else during setup. I vaguely remember lying on the tarp with a half-unrolled sleeping bag over my head while the others hammered in tent pegs. I kept pulling handfuls of leaves toward my face and whispering things like, "This is the real world, lads." Idiot stuff. Funny to me at the time. Sunset came fast. The park was one of those that got real dark real quick, thick gums and stringy barks all around. No moon, no nearby towns to spill ambient light. We fired up the grill and cracked into the whiskey. Lockie rolled a spliff the size of a batten and passed it around. The mix of substances didn't help my motor control. I stumbled when I tried to get up, fell once into a tree root, then lay on my back staring up at the stars that kept pulsing and melting into each other. It was beautiful, yeah, but also just so deeply weird. I was in a zone where I could barely tell what was real and what was me hallucinating. Sometime after midnight, the topic of taking a dump came up. We'd been at it for hours, boozing, smoking, eating cold sausages right off the fire, and eventually nature started calling. That's when we realized none of us had scouted for a dunny when we arrived. It was completely dark now, and none of us remembered seeing any signs on the short track in. There might have been one, might not. No one was willing to go on a treasure hunt for it in the dark. They laughed and told me to just go dig a hole and get it done, ranger style. I had the worst of the stomach cramps anyway, so I volunteered. I grabbed a roll of shit tickets from the gear pile, threw on my headlamp, and for some reason I still can't justify, took the big hunting knife we brought for food prep and shoved it between my teeth like some kind of cartoon soldier. I guess I thought it would keep both my hands free. Whatever the reason, that's how I found myself stumbling half naked through thick bush, high off my head, with a Bowie knife clenched between my teeth and a roll of toilet paper in my hand. I figured the riverbank would be the best place. Easy to find, easy to dig if needed, and I like the idea of pooping near water. Don't ask me why. The sound of running water made me feel better somehow. Calmer. I followed the slope down maybe 100 meters, headlamp lighting up flashes of dirt, roots, leaves, and the occasional set of glowing spider eyes. By the time I reached the river, my bowels were ready to explode. I dropped my pants, squatted near the edge, and let it all go. And that's when things got scary. The mushrooms, the darkness, and the quiet. It all added up to this sense of dread that punched me square in the chest. As I shat, I swung the headlamp around, just kind of scanning the bush to distract myself. And every time the beam landed somewhere, I saw movement. Shambling shapes between the trees. Figures with hunched backs and dragging limbs, stepping forward with jerky, broken gaits like they had joints where there shouldn't be any. Their skin looked pale and rubbery, like it had been soaked in a bathtub too long. Hair hanging in clumps. Some of them had holes where faces should be. Gaping holes. No eyes, no noses, no mouths. Just a suggestion of rotted skin stretched over skulls. Now, I knew I was hallucinating. A small part of my brain, the part not currently screaming, kept reminding me, "You're on mushrooms, mate. This isn't real. It's the drugs." But that didn't matter. It felt real. My body didn't care that I knew I was hallucinating. It responded as if I was watching an army of corpses drag themselves out of the bush to surround me while I sat there, squatting, vulnerable, defenseless except for the big dumb knife, still clenched between my teeth. I nearly tipped over trying to finish wiping. My hands were shaking. I wiped faster than I ever have in my life. Dropped the toilet paper into the undergrowth without burying it, something I would never do sober, and yanked my pants up without even buckling them. I sprinted back toward camp like a man possessed, heart hammering, lungs aching, legs burning. The hallucinations didn't stop. I swear I could hear them crashing through the bush behind me. The headlamp showed glimpses of arms reaching out. I imagined the feeling of cold fingers brushing against the back of my neck. By the time I burst back into camp, I was gasping and soaked with sweat. My mates just laughed when they saw me. I was half crying, knife still in my teeth, pants barely up, eyes wild. I must have looked insane. They didn't ask any questions, just handed me a tin of beer and made space for me by the fire. I sat there in silence, staring into the flames, trying to calm myself down while the adrenaline slowly faded and the mushrooms finally began to wear off. The rest of the night passed like most of our campouts did. We told stories, laughed too loud, stared at the fire for far too long. Eventually, I stumbled to my tent and collapsed in a mess of sweat, leaves, and mild emotional trauma. I slept hard and didn't dream. Next morning, I woke up with a dry mouth, pounding headache, and a deep sense of shame. I needed to piss, so I crawled out of the tent, shielding my eyes from the bright sunlight. The air was crisp. Birds were singing. For a moment, everything felt calm and still. Then I looked up and saw the toilet block. It was right there, not more than 50 bloody meters from our tents. A concrete structure, bright blue door, clearly marked. Hidden behind a thicket of brush, just out of sight from where we'd pitched our tents, but plain as day once you stepped a few meters down the trail. I just stared at it. Then I laughed, loud, sharp, ridiculous laughter that echoed off the trees. I couldn't stop. I sat on the ground, holding my sides, tears running down my face. It was so stupid, so unnecessary, so perfectly idiotic. All that terror, all that running and hallucinating and panic for nothing. There was a toilet, a proper long drop, with a seat and everything just 50 meters away. I could have walked there in the time it took me to hallucinate the first zombie. That morning became the cornerstone of a long string of lessons I've carried into my work as a ranger. Always scout your sight in daylight. Don't mix substances in remote places. Know your limits. Never eat 8 mushroom caps on an empty stomach. And most importantly, the human mind, especially when alone in the bush, can be far scarier than anything real. I've since dealt with actual threats in the wild. Feral pigs, drunk hunters, flooded crossings, injured hikers, even one bloke trying to start a forest fire to cleanse his aura. But none of those left quite the same mark on me as that night by the river. That stupid, terrifying, hilarious, humiliating night. It was the most terrifying shit I've ever taken, and probably always will be. The first time I ever went camping was during a 7th grade field trip. I'd never been away from home that far before, especially not in the middle of the woods, 5 hours from everything I knew. I hated every second of it. It wasn't just the unfamiliar setting or the constant buzz of bugs and the distant hoots and snaps of nighttime forest sounds. It was the feeling of being so far removed from what made me feel safe. No badge, no lights, no hochini. I didn't care how many of the other kids were having a great time. I want to go home. We were staying in this old wooden camp. Rows of small bunk cabins scattered across a clearing in the woods. Each one had a few wooden frame cots with thin mattresses that felt like sleeping on a mix of cardboard and gravel. There was no insulation, so the cabins held on to the cold at night. I remember laying there, arms crossed, staring up at the wooden ceiling beams, trying to will myself to sleep. But my body wouldn't relax. I was tense from the hard mattress and even tenser from being so far from anything familiar. It was like my mind never clicked into rest mode. Every creak in the old structure felt loud. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps. Somewhere in the cabin, a few of the other girls were snoring or turning in their sleep. But I couldn't join them in unconsciousness. My chest felt tight, and I could feel a deep restlessness taking over. Finally, I gave up. I quietly slipped off the cot and pulled my hoodie over my thin pajama shirt. I grabbed my book from under my pillow, one of those Christopher Pike thrillers I was obsessed with back then. I always had one on hand. That night, it was the only comfort I had. I pushed open the cabin door slowly and stepped outside into the chilly night air. It wasn't freezing, but it was cold enough to bite into my hands. The sky above was clear, deep black, scattered with stars. The kind of stars you only really see when you're that far from a city. I sat down just outside the door, right on the little concrete step, knees pulled up to my chest. The door behind me clicked softly shut. I turned on my little plastic book light, clipped it to the top of the page, and started reading. The glow was small and focused, just enough to light up the words in front of me. The rest of the world remained a vague outline of trees, darkness, and silence. It was better that way. I could pretend it was just me, the book, and nothing else. I still remember how uncomfortable I was. Not just physically, but inside my head. That churning mix of fear, homesickness, and adrenaline that came from being somewhere I didn't want to be. But at least reading helped distract me. The words pulled me away, even if only a little. But the longer I sat there, the more that strange sensation started creeping up the back of my neck. That feeling like something is watching you. At first, I thought it was just nerves. I kept glancing up between paragraphs, scanning the dark forest around the cabins, but I couldn't see anything. Just the vague black shapes of trees and shadows. Still, something didn't feel right. It wasn't a loud noise that caught my attention. It wasn't even movement. It was more like my eyes just adjusted or the angle of the light shifted at just the right moment. I tilted the book a bit, and the beam from the clip light caught something just beyond the steps. 2 small, steady reflections, like glass catching the light. Except they weren't glass. They were eyes. Low to the ground, forward-facing, and they didn't blink. I froze. In my memory, they felt only a few feet away, but realistically, they were probably 10 or 15 feet from the edge of the step. Close enough. I couldn't see much else. Just the eyes and maybe the suggestion of a broad, low body crouched behind a thin veil of brush. The light must have caught one of its eyes, directly. For a second, I thought maybe it was a deer or something harmless, but then I saw the paw. It was broad, Heavy, padded, tipped with claws that glinted faintly in the book light. Mountain lion. My chest clenched so hard I thought I might pass out. My breath caught. My hands tightened on the book without realizing it. I couldn't look away from those eyes, but I also couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. My mind was racing. I didn't know how to handle this kind of fear, raw, sharp, and completely animal. I felt like if I moved the wrong way, I'd die. And I wasn't even old enough to fully understand what kind of damage a mountain lion could do. I just knew it could kill me. For a moment, I thought it might leap. That it had been watching me from the tree lean, waiting for me to get just far enough from the safety of others. I kept thinking about how I wasn't supposed to be out there. If something happened, it would be my fault. And worse than dying in my childish head was the shame of getting mauled because I broke the rules. I remember thinking with complete seriousness that my dad would be furious if he knew I'd snuck out and got attacked by a mountain lion. I sat there paralyzed, book half open in one hand, the other slowly reaching behind me, fumbling blindly for the cabin door handle. I moved so slowly it felt like I was underwater. Every part of me screamed to bolt, to run, but I knew better. I twisted the handle, trying not to make a sound, and as soon as the door gave way, I let gravity pull me backward. I tumbled inside, heart hammering, slamming the door with a quiet thud behind me. I didn't scream. I didn't tell anyone. I climbed back onto that awful wooden cot and pulled the blanket up to my chin, still in my hoodie, still breathing so fast I thought I might pass out. I lay there for the rest of the night, eyes wide open, barely blinking, staring at the roof beams and listening for the sound of claws on wood or a heavy body circling outside. Nothing came. Eventually, a few of the other girls started waking up. I didn't say a word, just muttered something about the wind slamming the door. When the teacher came by to check on us, she told me my library book was outside, half soaked from dew. I nodded, took the scolding, and never said a word about what I saw. At the time, I buried it deep, told myself maybe I imagined it, maybe it was a dream or a trick of the light. But that night never left me. Years passed. I grew up, went to college. Funny enough, I ended up going into environmental sciences. Eventually became a park ranger. Maybe some part of me wanted to take control of that fear. Maybe I needed to prove something to myself. I trained hard, learned everything I could about mountain lions, about their habits, their ranges, their body language. I learned what to do if I ever saw one again. I also learned that what I saw that night was not normal behavior. Mountain lions don't usually come that close to humans, especially not in a camp with lights and people. But it happens. Every few years, I'd hear about a sighting near a populated area. Some even end in attacks. They're rare, but they stick with you. Being a ranger put me in wild places more often than not. I worked in several parks, but always requested areas with known wildlife activity. I thought if I spent enough time around predators, I'd stop being scared. And eventually, I did stop feeling scared. But the respect I had for that kind of silent, patient power never went away. I had a few close calls over the years. Found fresh prints near a trail I had just cleared. Came across deer carcasses dragged into the brush. Sometimes I'd find claw marks high on tree trunks, the calling cards of a cat marking territory. Every time, I felt that same tightness in my chest I'd felt as a kid, sitting outside that cabin. But now I knew what to do. I knew how to act, how to think, how to avoid becoming prey. And yet, no matter how many years passed, I never sat outside alone at night with a book again. Not even once. Now, after 2 decades in the field, I've trained new rangers, taught wilderness survival, tracked bears, and rescued injured hikers. I've dealt with poachers, storms, rock slides, and wildfires. I've seen the best and worst of what the forest can do. But the most vivid memory I have, the one I revisit in dreams, is of sitting outside that cabin with a little plastic book light, reading Christopher Pike, and realizing I wasn't alone. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I'd sneezed, or dropped the book louder, or made eye contact for a second too long. What would have happened if the mountain lion had been hungrier, or bolder, or desperate? There's a kind of randomness to survival. I wasn't brave that night. I wasn't skilled or smart. I was just lucky. And sometimes, out in the backcountry, walking trails where nobody's been in months, I'll catch that same feeling again. That prickling along the neck. That weight in the air. And I'll stop, slowly scan the tree line. I never see anything, but I always clip my flashlight to my belt after dark now. Never rely on a tiny beam. I know better. Opening day of deer season is a big deal in our family. It always has been. My cousin owns about 160 acres in western Wisconsin. Thick woods, rolling hills, and winding trails that go on for miles. Most of it's untouched, and most of it is only reachable by ATV. Over the years, our family and some of my dad's friends built a small hunting shack at the edge of the property and set up tree stands across the higher ridges. We don't just hunt there. We prepare. We scout all through the off-season. We put up game cams, patch up the trails, and we follow a schedule during hunting week. No two hunters go in the same zone at the same time. It's our way of staying safe and giving each other the best chance of a shot. That morning, I was with my dad. We'd chosen one of the northeastern ridges. It's one of the taller hills on the property with a steep grade, and it's tough getting the ATV up there, especially in the dark. But we made it. I remember the quiet more than anything. It was about 5:15 a.m., and the sky still had that deep blue hue, not yet light, but no longer black. We were wrapped up in layers of wool and camo, rifles slung, breath visible in front of our faces. My boots made soft crunches in the frost-covered leaves as we made our way to our stands. We didn't talk. We didn't need to. We'd been doing this for years, and the silence of the woods always demanded our respect. Even small whispers can carry far in that kind of silence. The stand we used that day sat between two tall oaks, about 12 feet up, overlooking a small clearing where deer often wandered in the morning. We'd marked our hunting zone on the clipboard back in the shack, even though nobody else was up yet. My cousin might have brought his daughter later, and protocol is protocol. We don't mess around when firearms are involved. We sat for hours. From just before sunrise until around 9 a.m., neither of us saw a thing. Not a deer, not a rabbit, not even a squirrel. It was strange. Normally, even if you don't spot anything big, you'll at least hear the rustle of small critters, birds chirping, the woods waking up around you. But that morning, it was like the whole ridge had gone dead. No bird song, no movement, just stillness. By 9:15, the cold started settling into our fingers and toes. The kind of cold that doesn't go away even when you're layered up. We decided to pack it in for a little bit and head back to the shack for coffee and a snack. I follow my dad down the trail, same way we'd come up. I always walk behind him during hunts. I line up my steps with his to keep quiet. When he steps, I step. It helps us move more silently through the woods. We didn't say anything on the way down, but partway down the hill, maybe halfway to the ATV, I started to hear something strange. It was faint at first, just a third sound, mixed in with our footsteps. My dad would step, then me, then this other thing, like a dry shuffle. I stopped once or twice to listen. Every time I stopped, the sound stopped too. It was only when we moved that it followed. I thought maybe it was an echo. Sometimes weird stuff happens with sound in hilly woods. I tried to ignore it, but something felt wrong. That low static in the back of your mind. The one that's not loud, but nags at you like an itch under your skin. Every time we moved, the sound came too. Step, step, scuff, step, step, scuff. At one point, I turned around and looked up the trail behind us. The sun still hadn't broken fully over the ridge, so we were walking in long shadows. Everything back there looked quiet. No deer, no movement, just trees standing still. We kept going. Then, maybe 30 yards from the ATV, I heard it again, but louder this time, and it was clear. It wasn't just noise anymore. It was a footstep. Heavy. Not quite matching ours, but almost. Like it was trying to time its steps with mine, but not doing it right. I turned around again, more urgently this time, and that's when I saw something duck behind one of the trees about 50 feet uphill. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't any kind of animal I recognized. I stood still, staring up at the tree. My dad had already kept walking a few feet ahead, unaware I'd stopped. And then, from behind that tree, a face peeked out. Just a face. Pale, human-shaped, but strange. Not right. No expression. no ibribus, skin that looked raw, almost rubbery but dry at the same time. It stared at me for a second before ducking back behind the tree. I couldn't move. My brain didn't process what I was seeing as real for a few seconds. I blinked and looked again. Then the face peeked out again. This time it stayed out. I froze. My breath caught in my throat, and I just stared. My dad must have noticed I'd stopped because he turned around. The look on my face must have told him everything. He looked up and saw it too. I don't know what he thought it was, but without a word, he turned and started walking fast toward the ATV. I followed, still watching the face. It didn't move at first, but as we got further down the hill, more of it came out from behind the tree. A shoulder, then part of an arm, then the rest of the body. It was human or, well, maybe it had been at some point, but it wasn't right. The body was off. One arm hung too low. The torso was twisted slightly, like it had healed wrong after being broken. The legs were thin, too thin to support the upper body, but stood anyway. No clothes that I could see, just dirty skin and a kind of wild posture, like it hadn't been upright in a while. My dad started the ATV, and the roar of the engine finally snapped me out of my stare. I climbed on, still watching the figure. It didn't chase us. It just stood there, watching, its head tilted slightly as we sped away. We got back to the shack in minutes. Nobody else was there. We didn't wait around. We tossed our rifles into the truck bed and drove off the property. Neither of us said a word on the ride back. It was only after we were home that I started trying to understand what we'd seen. I thought about mountain men, people who live completely off-grid. Maybe someone had been squatting on the land, way up in the hills. It could have been someone with mental issues, maybe injured, maybe just out of their mind. Still, that didn't explain how silently it had moved, or how it mimicked my footsteps. I haven't hunted there since. That was 3 years ago. My dad still goes. He won't talk about what we saw and acts like it never happened. He got a buck this season. Says the woods are quiet like always. I can't go back. Every time I think about setting foot on that ridge again, I see that face, that twisted body, that pale skin. And I remember the way it stood there, watching us go, like it had been waiting for someone to notice it. I spent a few nights looking through missing persons cases online. Nothing matched. No hikers lost in that area. No suspicious activity reported to the sheriff's department. It was like whatever or whoever that was had never been known to anyone. Just hiding, living, surviving in those woods. I even wondered if maybe my dad knew something. He's been hunting that land for 30 years. Maybe he's seen it before. Maybe that's why he moves so quickly. But I've learned not to ask. He won't talk about it. And I'm not sure I want to know the answer. All I know is it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some myth or legend. It was real. It moved like a person. It had a body that had clearly seen damage. It mimicked sound. It ducked. It peered. It watched. Whatever it was real. And it was watching us long before we saw it. And it probably still is. I've spent most of my adult life outdoors. I work as a park ranger now, mostly in Missouri and Arkansas, and I guess it makes sense considering how much time I spent in the woods as a kid. You'd think that someone who had a childhood like mine would have stayed away from the wilderness, but I guess life is strange like that. But there's a reason I still can't sleep outside without a flashlight or headlamp beside me. There's a reason I don't ever go camping without multiple lights and extra batteries. And there's a reason I still check over my shoulder whenever the trees go quiet at dusk. This all started back when I was 10 years old. I'm 43 now, and I still dream about that night like it happened yesterday. It was springtime, maybe late March or early April, and my mother had this idea that our family needed a break. I think she hoped a weekend in the woods would calm the yelling, the drinking, and the tension that had become a part of everyday life. My stepdad had his moments, sure, but when he was drinking, he turned me. Not always violent, just cruel with his words, impatient, loud, unpredictable. I think my mom was just trying to keep things together, for us and for herself. She borrowed a tent from a friend at work, packed up some basic gear, a cooler with food, some sleeping bags, and told us we were going to Mark Twain National Forest for a weekend. No reservations, no official campground. My stepdad didn't like rules or check-in times or rangers. He just wanted to pick a spot and do things his way. We didn't even leave the house until late afternoon. I remember watching the sun dip lower through the car window as we drove along winding two-lane highways into the deep green of the Ozarks. It took hours to get there. By the time we pulled off onto a dirt road and picked a spot to set up camp, the sun had already dipped behind the tree line, and the sky was that dull, dirty purple that only lasts a few minutes before true darkness rolls in. There wasn't much talking as we set up the tent. My sister, who was 12, and I helped my mom with the sleeping bags while my stepdad cursed at the tent poles. I still remember how the trees around us looked. Thin, tall hardwoods that hadn't fully leafed out yet. There were dead leaves all over the ground, dry from days without rain. Everything crunched when you stepped. That's when my mom discovered we'd forgotten the lantern. No flashlight either. My sister and I had those little dollar store keychain lights, but they barely lit up our own hands. We had no firewood, and my stepdad had already opened a beer and decided he didn't care. So instead of making a campfire, we crawled into the tent and got into our sleeping bags. My stepdad opened another beer and lay down on his side, back toward us. He was muttering about something I didn't understand. My mom was quiet. My sister and I stared up at the roof of the tent. It was barely even 9 p.m. The dark outside was thick. You don't realize how dark the forest gets until you're stuck in the middle of it with no fire and no moon. It swallows everything. You can't see your hand in front of your face. All you have is the sound. And that night it was loud. Every little creak in the branches, every flutter of leaves, every small scurry of something alive made your brain think it was coming for you. I tried to sleep, but it didn't come easy. Time passed slow. An hour felt like 5. And then we started hearing something new, something different. It wasn't wind. It wasn't squirrels. It was slow footsteps through the leaves. Not heavy, but consistent. Not an animal. Animals move differently. They scurry, hop, dart. This was methodical, like someone walking, but slow, cautious. At first I thought I was imagining it, but then my sister's breathing changed. My mom shifted and pulled her sleeping bag tighter around her. Even my stepdad, drunk and half passed out, stopped mumbling. That's how I knew we were all hearing the same thing. The footsteps were still far away, maybe 70, 80 yards out, but they didn't stop. They kept coming. Every few seconds, another crunch, then another, then silence, then another crunch, just one at a time, like they were walking slow on purpose, trying not to be noticed. No flashlight, no voice, nothing, just that sound. My heart was thudding in my chest, not fast, just deep and heavy. I started holding my breath after every crunch, waiting to see if I could hear the next one. I felt like I was shrinking into my sleeping bag, trying to disappear. It went on for what felt like forever, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. The footsteps kept getting closer, but never fast, never running, just steady, slow, careful, like they were circling, or maybe zigzagging toward us. It was hard to tell. Then came the twig. It cracked, loud, sharp, close, too close. That sound wasn't more than 20 or 30 feet from the tent. Whoever, or whatever, was out there was right at the edge of our camp. Then came the worst part. Silence. No more footsteps. No leaves. No movement. Just silence. No breathing. No rustling. Just the night holding its breath. And that's when everything broke. My stepdad let out this long, broken scream. It wasn't words, just raw panic. A kind of animal sound you don't forget. My mom shouted, "Let's get out of here." Not even trying to be quiet anymore. We didn't hesitate. No one packed a thing. We tore out of that tent, barefoot, half blind, crashing through the underbrush toward the car. I don't know who reached it first. I think it was my mom. My stepdad was right behind her. I was holding onto my sister's sleeve, trying not to fall. We all dove into the car. The engine took a second to start, just long enough to imagine a hand reaching out of the dark to stop us. But then it roared to life, and we tore down that dirt road without looking back. We didn't talk. Not for hours. Not on the drive home. Not the next day. My mom said something about bears when a neighbor asked, but we knew it wasn't a bear. We never went back for our stuff. Sleeping bags, tent, cooler, all left behind. That was the last time I ever camped as a kid. After that, I refused to go anywhere near a forest for years. Even walking into the woods behind my school gave me the chills. It stayed with me. That deep, hollow fear of the dark, of slow footsteps on dry leaves. But life has a strange way of circling back on you. I joined the Forest Service when I was in my 20s. It started as a summer job doing trail cleanup and maintenance. Eventually, I got hired on full time. I work mostly in the Ozarks still, not far from where that night happened. Different part of the forest, but the trees feel the same. The dirt smells the same. Every once in a while, I hear about families who go off trail, pick a random spot to camp. I always remind them to use the official campgrounds. I tell them it's safer, easier to find them if something goes wrong. But I don't tell them the real reason. I don't tell them what happened that night in 1992. Since becoming a ranger, I've thought about it 1,000 times. I try to make sense of it. I've walked miles through this forest, and I've seen all kinds of things. Poachers, squatters, hermits, runaways, creeps, people you don't expect to find miles from the nearest road. I've found old campsites with bones hanging from the trees. Not human, just weird. I've stumbled across meth labs in trailers and old sheds. I've even seen people living out in these woods with no record of who they are. No ID, no license, no name. People who stare at you like you're the trespasser. I've seen enough to know that there are worse things in the woods than wolves or bears. That night, when I think back to it, I don't picture a ghost or a monster. I picture a man, maybe alone, maybe watching us set up our tent as the sun went down. Maybe waiting until the dark made us helpless. Maybe creeping closer just to see what we do. Or maybe he wanted more than that. But we left. Fast. We didn't freeze. We didn't wait. We ran. And I think about that sometimes. What would have happened if we hadn't run? If we just stayed still and hoped he'd go away? Maybe he would have walked right past. Or maybe he would have unzipped the tent. I'll never know. And honestly, I don't want to. Every few years, I have the same dream. I'm lying in a tent. It's silent. Then the leaves start to rustle. The footsteps come. Slow. Closer. And just when the twig snaps, I wake up, heart pounding, soaked in sweat. That's the kind of fear that doesn't fade. That's the kind of fear you carry. Even when you wear a badge. Even when you've seen worse. And that's why I always check my light twice before dark. Because out here, there's nothing supernatural. Just people. And sometimes they're worse. I've worked as a park ranger for just over 12 years now, mostly in the Rockies. I've been stationed all across Colorado, done stints in Utah, and once even got pulled down to Arizona for a temporary fire assignment. The kind of work I do varies. Some days it's just hiking trails and logging weather data. Other days it's tracking poachers or assisting with search and rescue. You never really know what the week will look like. But this story isn't about work. Not directly. This happened back in 2016 when I was off duty and on a camping trip with an old buddy named Kyle. He and I met in college, bonded over backpacking and climbing, and had stayed close ever since. We'd probably camped 50 times together by then. Summertime desert hikes in Moab, winter snowshoe trips around Leadville, even a nasty thunderstorm overnight in Dinosaur National Monument. We'd seen a lot. Enough to know the difference between a place that just feels remote and a place that feels wrong. This trip started out simple. We both had some time off in late October and wanted to squeeze in one last overnight before things iced up for the season. We picked the Poudre Canyon area northwest of Fort Collins. Beautiful stretch of country, jagged ridgelines, thick pine, aspen turning gold. The kind of place that gives you quiet the moment you step out of the car. The official campgrounds were closed for the season, which we expected. No big deal. We both had four-wheel drive and didn't mind roughing it. The plan was to drive a few miles up one of the smaller forest roads off the canyon and just find a flat patch of ground. Primitive camping is legal up there as long as you're respectful. We'd done that plenty. We turned off the main canyon road on what I think was Road 135, a winding dirt route that snakes up toward Pingree Park. After about a mile or so, we found a turnout that led to a rough, rocky pull-off. It was more or less level and about 50 yards off the road. No signs, no other vehicles, just dense forest and steep hills. We got out, stretched, and gave the place a quick look over. The air was colder up here, maybe mid-40s, but the sky was clear and dry. Not a sound, other than wind through the pines. But almost right away, I had this feeling. Hard to describe, but it was like the air felt heavier than it should have. Like the silence was just a little too deep. I chalked it up to the change in altitude and the time of year. Late autumn in the high country can do strange things to your senses. Carl didn't say anything either, but I could tell he was picking up on it too. He's not the type to spook easily. We started setting up camp. I brought my smaller two-man tent, and Kyle had his bivy sack. We were only staying one night, so we didn't bring much. Just a couple sleeping pads, jet boil, some food, water, and bourbon. Kyle started gathering some downed wood while I went to check the perimeter. That's when I saw it. About 30 feet from our camp, hidden behind a downed tree, there was a blue blanket bunched up against a rock. It looked old, weathered, crusted with dirt, and half covered in needles and leaves. At first I figured someone had just left it behind, but something about the way it was folded struck me as weird. It wasn't just tossed, it was wrapped around something. I crouched down, pushed some branches aside, and gave the corner a tug. The smell hit first. Not strong, but there. Decay. Under the blanket was the mostly skeletal remains of some kind of animal. Small, maybe a cat, ribs poking out, tufts of fur still stuck to the skull, skin peeled back like old leather. It was obvious someone had wrapped it up intentionally. The way the limbs were folded in, the blanket tucked tight around it. This wasn't a predator kill. It looked more like someone buried a pet. But why up here? There were no houses anywhere near this stretch. And it wasn't fresh. It had been there a long while. I didn't say anything right away. No point. It was weird, sure, but not unheard of. People do strange things in the woods. Some loner probably buried their cat or dog out here because they didn't want to do it in their backyard. I walked back to camp and helped Kyle finish getting things ready. But that blanket stuck in my mind. We ate a little and decided to do a short hike up the hill behind camp. It was steep, rocky, and loose, but we were both used to scrambling. No trail, just a game path leading through some thick lodgepole pine. After about 20 minutes of climbing, we crested a small rise and found a flat spot tucked between a few boulders. And right there, lashed to the lower limbs of a pine tree, was a tent. It wasn't set up on the ground. It had been tied into the tree itself, almost like someone had draped it over a branch and then secured the corners around the trunk. The fabric was faded orange. One side was ripped. The zippers rusted. Definitely hadn't been used in a long time. It sagged in the middle, and when I pulled it aside, I saw a sleeping bag curled up inside. I took a step back. Something about the shape of it. It looked like a body. Curled on its side, knees drawn in. I don't know what I expected. Maybe a skeleton. Maybe nothing. But my gut told me to check. I poked at it with a stick. The bag deflated. Empty. Inside were a couple old notebooks, water-stained and chewed by mice. Some loose trash. A pen. No signs of anyone recent. It was eerie, but again, people do strange things in the woods. Maybe someone had a mental break. Maybe they tried to live up here for a while and then left. But the way the tent was placed in the tree, and the fact that it was wrapped, not pitched, it felt off. We stayed up there for a few minutes, but both of us were on edge. There were no signs of struggle. No blood. Just a long-abandoned tent, folded into the arms of a tree. On the way down, things got worse. The path we chose was steeper than the one we came up on. We were picking our way along the side of the hill, slipping on loose dirt and grabbing at roots. About halfway down, I caught a smell. Sour. Sweet. Rotting. I stopped and turned my head. About 10 feet uphill, nestled in the crook of a tree, was a small white towel. Rolled up tight. It had something inside. I called out to Kyle, pointed, and climbed up to it. It was clean. That's what struck me first. While everything else up here was caked in pine needles and dust, this towel looked fresh. Like it had only been out for a few days. The edges weren't frayed. There was even a faint floral smell, like drier sheets. Whatever was inside was small, but heavy. We stood there for a long time. It was late afternoon now, light getting soft through the trees, air cooling fast. Neither of us wanted to open it. I think deep down we already knew it wasn't going to be good. We left it there and climbed the rest of the way down. Back at camp, we got the fire going and poured a few shots of bourbon. No words, just quiet. The wind had picked up and the sky had that pink hue that meant sunset wasn't far off. Eventually, after enough bourbon, we made the call to go back up and checked the towel. We didn't want to sleep on it, not knowing. It felt worse to let it sit. We climbed back up, this time bringing a walking stick. I used the end of it to slowly pry the towel open. Inside was an owl, freshly dead. Its feathers were perfect, wings folded and tight. Its eyes were shut. No blood, no signs of damage. Just dead, wrapped in a towel and left in a tree on the side of a steep hill off a forest road that barely anyone uses. We just stood there for a long time. Not talking, not thinking really, just processing. Somebody had carried a dead owl, wrapped it carefully in a towel, hiked 200 feet up the side of a rugged, remote hill, and nestled it into a tree, deliberately, like a ritual. It wasn't the first strange thing we'd seen that day, but it was the one that pushed us over the edge. Back at camp, we didn't even eat. Just downed the rest of the bourbon, sat by the fire until it died, and zipped ourselves into the tent. Neither of us slept much. Every little twig snap felt closer than it should have. The air felt charged. Not like a storm, like being watched. We didn't hear footsteps, didn't see flashlights or hear engines. But something was off, deeply off. At first light, we packed up and got the hell out. Nobody act fast, no lingering. Just threw gear in the truck and drove, quietly, until we hit pavement again. We didn't talk about it for a long time. Months, maybe. Even now, it comes up rarely. But I think about it more than I'd like to admit. I try to reason it out. Maybe the blanket animal was a pet. Maybe the tent was just abandoned by someone transient. Maybe the towel-wrapped owl was someone's strange idea of a memorial. All of those things, separately, have rational explanations. But all of them, stacked together in one random patch of forest, the place didn't just feel wrong. It was wrong. Not in a haunted, fairy tale kind of way. In a human way. Like something broken had been left behind and kept growing in the dark. That was the last time I ever camped without researching a location beforehand. The last time I ever treated the woods like they were just empty. They're not. Sometimes they're full of things people would rather you never find. I was assigned to Olympic National Park the year after I transferred out from a remote BLM district down in Nevada. I've been stationed in desert land for years. Dust, heat, cracked earth, and big sky. Coming up to Washington felt like entering a whole different world. Rain-soaked forests, massive trees that whispered even when the wind was still, valleys swallowed in fog. It was beautiful, of course, but in a way that made you feel small. Real small. And if I've learned anything in all my years as a ranger, it's that places that make you feel small have a way of reminding you that you don't belong. It was mid-fall when it happened, and I was doing my usual rounds along the lesser-used pullouts and gravel access roads of the Quinault area. Most tourists were gone by then. Just the occasional hardcore hiker or someone chasing solitude. The trees were mostly bare up high, but down lower where the mist clung to the moss and ferns, the forest still felt alive. The air smelled like wet bark, rot, and river stone. Every now and then you'd hear the chirp of a bird or the crash of something moving out in the brush. Deer, elk, cougar if you were unlucky. That day started like any other. I had my thermos of bad coffee, the radio buzzed with static and the occasional ranger chatter, and I was checking trail signs for wear, gates for damage, and just making sure no one had set up camp where they weren't supposed to. I wasn't new to this part of the park, but I hadn't explored every inch either. Some areas, especially near the river, are only accessible by poorly kept logging roads or completely unmarked paths. You get used to wandering into dead zones where GPS doesn't work and the radio is just dead air. One thing about being a ranger, especially in big, quiet places, is you learn to read the landscape. You learn what feels off. You know the difference between an empty clearing and a watched one, between silence and absence. You might not see anything at first, but you can feel when something's not right. Mid-morning, I pulled my vehicle up a narrow gravel road off the main drag. No signage, no mile marker, just one of those unpaved paths that eventually dead ends at the river. I didn't remember it from previous runs, which surprised me, but the road looked drivable. I figured maybe I'd take a look, mark in my notes, and check for signs of unauthorized use. Maybe old fire pits, ATV tracks, or trash. things people tend to leave behind. The path was tight. Tree branches scraped the sides of my truck as I crept down slowly. Moss was growing over the gravel, a sign it hadn't been used much in years. The air got colder the further I drove and thicker. The road finally ended at a wide, open clearing with the Quinault River roaring just beyond. Beautiful spot. The kind of place campers would kill to find if they knew about it. But this one didn't have any signs of use. No recent tire marks. No ash in the wind. Just old, soft earth and the sounds of the river crashing against stone. There was an ancient footbridge spanning the river, if you could call it that. It looked like it had been built decades ago. Maybe by loggers, maybe some backcountry hikers. Thick wooden slats, warped and moss-covered, with cables that had rusted to the point of collapse. I stood at the edge of it for a minute, testing the first few planks with my boot. They creaked like a haunted house and sagged under pressure. No way I was trusting that thing. I walked the perimeter of the clearing for signs of animal activity or anything suspicious. Coyote scat, deer tracks, the usual. What I didn't expect to find were pieces of bones. Small ones, like from birds or squirrels, stripped clean and placed neatly near a patch of ferns. That made me pause. Not because it's unusual for animals to leave bones behind, but because of the way they were arranged, like someone had set them there deliberately. I made a note, snapped a photo, and continued my sweep. That's when I noticed something odd across the river. Just above the opposing bank, there was a patch of high brush, and above that, a break in the tree line. A bare spot. I thought I saw movement up there, but the light was bouncing off the water, and the fog made it hard to tell. Maybe a deer. Maybe a trick of the light. I didn't think much of it until I circled back toward my truck and noticed something else. Footprints in the soft dirt near where I'd parked. Fresh ones. Barefoot. Human. They were wide, flat, and deep, like whoever left them was heavy and walking slowly. They led from the brush down toward the water's edge and then disappeared. No return prints. No signs of struggle. Just in and gone. I didn't panic. You learn not to. But I felt something tighten in my chest, like a hand gripping my lungs. It was still morning, but the light had gone gray, and the cold was sinking into my jacket. I stood still, listening. All I could hear was the river. I scanned the other side of the water again. That's when I saw him. He was standing directly across from me, just higher up on the side of the bank, partly hidden behind a scraggly pine. He wasn't moving, just staring. Even from a distance, I could make out the details. Long hair tangled with sticks, dirt caked across his face and neck, and something draped over his shoulders that looked like a poncho made of stitched-together animal hides. I didn't move. He didn't either. We stood like that for what felt like hours. But it couldn't have been more than 30 seconds. Then, all at once, he turned and bolted. Not away, but sideways. Toward the bridge. I moved too, instinct kicking in, running to my truck, slamming the door, locking it fast. The bridge groaned as he stepped onto it. Each footfall a sharp slap of wood and weight. I didn't wait to see if he made it across. I started the engine, threw it in reverse, tires spinning in the soft dirt before I tore out of there. The road back up was tight and slick from the fog. I fishtailed on one curve, nearly took out a tree. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear in my ears. I glanced in the mirror just once, and I swear to God I saw him. He had made it across and was sprinting after my vehicle. His poncho flapped behind him, his arms pumping like an animal's. No weapon, just rage. Raw, wild rage. I didn't stop until I was halfway back to the main station. I pulled over, radioed in, and filed a field report with as much detail as I could remember. I didn't have a name. I didn't have a clear photo. But I had footprints, bone arrangements, and a description of the man. The whole report got filed under possible squatter activity and sent up the chain. I didn't hear anything back for days, then weeks. Eventually, it faded into the background noise of other ranger duties. But I didn't forget. I couldn't. A month later, another ranger, Jess, was making rounds in roughly the same area. She was newer, still getting her footing. We crossed paths that evening back at the station, and she asked if I'd ever checked out an unmarked gravel road that dead-ended at the Quinault. My stomach dropped. I asked if she'd gone down it. Yeah, she said. Didn't stay long, though. Got a weird feeling. That was all she said. Just a weird feeling. I went back to the spot 3 months later. Brought 2 other rangers with me, per policy. We checked the bridge. It was still standing. The bones were gone. The brush had overgrown the spot where I saw the footprints. But someone, or something, had built a crude shelter on the opposite side of the river. Logs lashed together, covered in hides. Inside were piles of bones, not just animal. A rusta, a cooking pot. A pair of women's shoes, half rotted and torn. And the smell, like something had died there long ago and never been found. We never saw the man again, but I still think about that day all the time. How fast he was. How quiet. How deliberate. I've worked a lot of cases since then, missing hikers, illegal hunters, even the occasional fugitive hiding out in the backcountry. But nothing has stuck with me the way that moment did. The moment I realized I wasn't alone out there, and that someone had been watching me the entire time. Waiting. Hunting. I left Olympic a year later. Transferred again. Somewhere flatter. Drier. But I keep the photo of those bones in my desk drawer, and every time I see a pair of barefoot tracks in the mud, my heart skips a beat. We tell people that parks are safe, that wild places are healing, and they are. But they're also real. And in the real world, danger doesn't wear a mask or howl at the moon. Sometimes it just stands across the river in silence, watching, waiting for you to turn your back. I've worked as a park ranger for over 12 years now, and in that time, I've seen my fair share of odd things in the woods. I've run into illegal growers, hermits living in the trees, half-starved hikers, and even a guy once who had chained himself to a rock saying the mountain spoke to him. But what happened near the edge of the forest in Northern California, on a regular morning with my old camping buddy Chris, left me with a feeling I still can't shake. Back when we were younger, early 30s or so, Chris and I would camp out together often. We were both rangers but worked in different districts, and we shared that need to get away from the world every now and then. There was a pond in the far north section of our jurisdiction, deep in the woods, nestled in a quiet clearing nobody ever visited. It wasn't on any public maps, and the only way to reach it was down a rough, rutted dirt road that most trucks couldn't handle, followed by a steep hour-long hike through underbrush and old growth. It had become our spot. I'm not exaggerating when I say we never saw a single other person there. Not even a footprint we didn't make ourselves. No wrappers. No cut trails. No signs of hunters. Nothing. It felt untouched, like something out of a different time. We would usually park at a small dirt shoulder hidden behind some trees and hike in with light packs, just enough for 1 or 2 nights. We always carried .357s in side holsters, just in case, not because we were expecting trouble from people, but because we both respected the fact that we were deep in predator country. Mountain lions, black bears, even the occasional brown bear that wandered down from the higher ranges. They mostly stayed clear, but you learn never to assume that in this line of work. The last time we went there was in late April, about 6 years ago. I remember that because we had just finished our annual control burns and were both trying to get away from the paperwork mountain that follows. The weather had warmed up just enough to make camping comfortable, but the snowmelt hadn't raised the ticks and mosquitoes yet. Basically, it was prime time. We left around 6 a.m. with the usual plan, hike in, fish a bit, set up a small camp, and enjoy the silence. The sun was just coming up when we got to the turnoff from the gravel service road, and we started the slow, bumpy crawl down toward the parking spot. Our truck was a beat-up white Tacoma Chris that had racked up more off-road miles than highway ones. The thing handled those narrow, root-choked paths like a mountain goat. We were maybe 50 yards from where we usually park when we saw them, 2 mountain lions, right in the middle of the clearing, mating, just going at it. We both froze. I remember Chris slamming the brake and saying something like, "Well, that's new," but through gritted teeth. I've seen mountain lions before, but usually just glimpses, tails disappearing into the brush, eyes glowing back at night. Once or twice an unlucky deer carcass torn apart and dragged across a game trail. But never like this. Never this close. Never with them so out in the open. They didn't seem to notice us at first. We stayed inside the truck, windows up, trying to keep quiet. The male had his eyes half closed, almost lazy, and the female just kind of crouched, tail flicking now and then. After a couple of minutes, they finished their business and just sort of hung out. Grooming standing close, not looking our way. Like we didn't matter. And for some reason, we stayed. I think curiosity kept us there more than anything. We knew how rare it was to see behavior like this. Normally, mountain lions are so secretive, especially around humans, that you can live in lion territory for decades and never see one. About 10 minutes passed. The female laid down in the dirt, chest heaving slightly. The male stood tall and alert nearby. Then, all of a sudden, both of them snapped their heads toward the tree line to the west. Ears perked, muscles tight. We couldn't hear anything, but they definitely could. I remember thinking, whatever it is, it's not us. They're looking away from us. Then, without warning, they bolted. Fast. No noise. Just a burst of movement, gone in a few seconds through the brush. Not sneaking off, not slinking. Full-on sprint. That was the first moment something felt wrong. I mean, really wrong. And then it happened. From the same patch of trees the lions had run from, 3 deer came bursting out. 2 does and a buck. They tore through the clearing like their lives depended on it, which they clearly did because right behind them came the biggest goddamn bear I've ever seen in my life. Now, I've seen bears. I've been close to bears. I've tracked them, tagged them, even helped tranquilize one. But this one wasn't like the usual black bears we'd see this far south. This one was huge. Dark fur, big humped shoulders, long snout. I still don't know if it was a large male black bear or a rogue grizzly that had drifted farther south than normal, but it wasn't lumbering. It was fast. You don't think of bears as being quick until you see one chasing prey. The way it moved, mouth open, head low, legs pumping, it looked like pure death. The deer scattered at the far end of the clearing, and the bear veered off after the buck, crashing into the trees again, and then it was silent. That entire moment probably lasted 10 seconds. We sat there, frozen in place, not speaking, not even breathing too loudly. The forest had gone dead quiet after the chaos. And I don't mean it got quieter, I mean nothing. No birds, no rustling, no wind, just heavy stillness. I remember gripping my sidearm through my jacket, not even knowing why. It was instinct. That kind of fear doesn't come from the conscious mind. It comes from your bones. That you're not the top of the food chain anymore kind of fear. After a few minutes, we slowly got out of the truck. I still don't know why we did. Maybe we thought the bear had moved on. Maybe we just wanted to prove to ourselves we weren't scared. But we didn't grab our gear. We just stepped out quietly and looked around. There were tracks everywhere. The deer's hooves had torn up the ground like a cyclone. The lion tracks were clearer in the mud near the brush line. But the bear prints, those were different. Wide, deep. The claws left long gouges. We followed the prints maybe 30 feet before we found the first tuft of deer fur. Fresh, still warm. Blood sprayed on the ferns nearby. But no body. That was enough. Chris looked at me, face pale, and we both just turned around and headed straight back to the truck. We didn't say a word. We just got in, turned around, and drove back to the main road in total silence. The whole drive back to town felt like we were coming down from something we didn't understand. My ears were still ringing with silence. My hands didn't unclench until we hit pavement again. We never went back to that spot. Not once. We never even talked about it much after that day. Every now and then one of us would bring it up like, "You remember the lions?" And the other would just nod. That was enough. I don't know what was more disturbing. The fact that we saw 2 mountain lions acting totally normal, then terrified, or the size and aggression of that bear, or the fact that something had caused a whole section of that forest to go dead quiet even after it had left. We filed a quiet incident report back at HQ, left out most of the details, just mentioned unusual predator activity, large bear sighting, recommend further wildlife survey. But no one ever followed up. Budget stuff. Not urgent. Nothing new there. But here's what sticks with me. That forest isn't really ours. Not really. You think, as a ranger, you understand the land. You live with it, walk it, watch it change with the seasons. You know the trails, the sounds, the tracks. You feel safe because you've built a routine. But all it takes is one moment, one stretch of dirt road, one strange silence, one glimpse of the raw engine of nature in full gear, to remind you that out there, far from cell towers and roads and safety, you don't matter at all. We were just lucky that morning. if we'd hiked in a little earlier, if we'd parked 5 minutes before, if we'd left the truck to pee or check the trail or anything, and that bear came from the trees just a few minutes later, I don't think I'd be here to write this. We didn't quit our jobs or anything like that. We're not the type, but we changed. I started carrying a rifle in the truck, even on short patrols. Chris stopped doing solo hikes completely. We both started warning campers a little more strongly about staying in the marked zones. Because the wild doesn't care if you're a ranger. It doesn't care if you've been there 100 times before. One moment, one mistake, one breath too loud, and you're just meat and bones and a story someone else tells. We left that place behind, and we never looked back. I moved out to the woods 6 years ago. I've been working as a park ranger for almost a decade by then, mostly in northern regions. My wife and I were tired of the city. We wanted land, privacy, quiet. So when we found a small 2-bedroom log home tucked deep in the backcountry of northern Montana, surrounded by thick timber and silent dirt roads, it felt like exactly what we'd been looking for. No neighbors in sight, just a gravel drive winding through 20 acres of pine, spruce, and cottonwood. Black bears were common in the area. So were mountain lions, moose, and the occasional wolf pack passing through. That's what I signed up for. Wildlife I could understand. But things started getting weird not long after we settled in. My job at the time was mostly trail management and wildlife monitoring. I hiked alone a lot, checked signage, looked for erosion, monitored bear activity, that kind of thing. My commute was my boots, and I didn't mind. I like being alone in the woods. Or at least I used to. The first strange thing I remember clearly happened in the fall of our second year. My niece was visiting us for a week. She was 16 at the time. I figured I'd take her out to show her some of the trails around the property. Nothing too difficult. It was early afternoon, and we were on a gentle slope about a quarter-mile from the house, walking along a deer path that cut through some low brush. The area was fairly open. Not a thick canopy, not a lot of rocks or places for anything to hide. We were talking about something, I don't even remember what, when we both froze at the same exact moment. A deep growl came from right beside us. Right beside us. No more than 2 feet. Not a moan, not a grunt. A low, angry growl. It rattled through the ground like it came from something heavy. I immediately scanned the area, heart hammering. There was nothing. Not behind a bush, not in the trees. I know bear sounds. I know cougar sounds. This didn't match anything I've ever heard. The growl wasn't from far away. It was too close. It had the clarity of something speaking right beside your ear. My niece looked at me with wide eyes, pale as a sheet. We didn't say anything. We just turned around and ran. We ran all the way back to the house without stopping. Later, I went back with a rifle and circled the area. No tracks. No signs of a bed, scat, kill site, or animal movement. That stretch of ground had soft dirt and leaf debris. If a 300-pound animal had been sitting there, it would have left something. But it didn't. I didn't tell my wife the full story. Just said we'd startled something and ran. But that night, I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling for a long time. The next incident happened the following spring. My daughter, she was 8 at the time, came running inside from the front yard. Her eyes were wide, and her hand was shaking a little. She asked why I'd called her. I was confused because I hadn't. She told me she'd heard me from the tree line, calling her name and telling her to come here. I stepped outside and looked toward the trees. The yard ended in a sharp drop toward the slope where we'd built a small clearing. Beyond that thick pine, no wind, no movement, nothing. She swore she'd heard my voice. She said it sounded exactly like me, just further off. I didn't know what to make of it, but I chalked it up to maybe an echo or her imagination. Kids mishear things, especially in the woods. Still, I walked the perimeter of our property for the next few days. Nothing seemed off. A few weeks later, I was speaking with our nearest neighbor, a woman named Carla who lived about half a mile up the dirt road. We'd only met a few times. She seemed a bit high-strung. She started talking about how she sometimes saw a woman in old-fashioned clothing around her house. So it looked like someone from the 1800s. She also mentioned seeing a little girl in a white nightgown, long black hair, standing at the edge of the woods watching her. I brushed it off as her being imaginative or trying to scare me. I didn't believe in ghosts or stories like that. But something about the way she talked, the flat seriousness of it, stuck in my mind. Now, I wouldn't even be repeating her story if that had been the only odd thing. But it wasn't. That summer, I noticed something else, something that, as a ranger, genuinely unsettled me. The deer on our property started behaving differently. It's hard to explain if you don't spend a lot of time around deer, but their body language is usually clear. They're either relaxed and grazing or alert and tense. But these deer, they were stiff. They just stand still for long periods, facing the same direction. Ears up, eyes wide, not reacting to noise or movement like they usually would. I once saw a group of 4 standing perfectly still in a circle, all looking outward like they were guarding something. I tried to approach, but they didn't run until I got unusually close. That wasn't normal behavior. Over the next few months, more strange things kept piling up. I'd be out hiking a familiar trail and suddenly realize the woods felt different. Not quieter, just wrong. Like I was being watched. Like the wind wasn't moving the way it usually did. You start learning the rhythm of the forest when you spend enough time there. The way it sounds when a squirrel moves through dry leaves, how birds alert one another, how branches creak in the breeze. But sometimes I'd be walking and all of that would stop, and I'd feel this pressure on my chest like something was waiting nearby. Not an animal, not a person, just a weight in the air that made me stop in my tracks. Then came the worst incident, the one that finally made me file a full report and contact Regional Wildlife Services. Late fall, year 3, I was out on patrol along an old Forest Service road that hadn't been used in years. Overgrown, almost buried under brush. I'd followed it down into a shallow valley where a creek cut through the trees. The day was overcast. I had about 2 hours of daylight left. As I stepped into the open space beside the creek, I heard something splash in the water upstream. I crouched low, thinking maybe it was a bear. The creek curved out of sight, so I slowly followed it, staying low and quiet. About 30 yards ahead, the trees opened up and I saw a shape crouched in the water. It wasn't a bear. At first, I thought it was a person. It had the shape of a man, squatting low, arms moving slowly like it was washing something in the stream. But the proportions were off. The limbs were too long, the shoulders too narrow, and the skin, I don't know how to describe it. Pale but not white. Almost gray-blue, like stone or old bruised meat. It wasn't naked exactly, but I didn't see clothes either. I don't think it was a person. I froze and just watched. My heart was pounding, and I remember how still the woods were, like everything had stopped breathing. After maybe 10 seconds, it looked up. I didn't see a face, just 2 dark holes where I should have been. Not glowing, not dramatic, just black, like pits. Then it stood, turned slowly, and walked back into the trees without a sound. I stayed there for a full minute, too afraid to move. Then I backed away, carefully, step by step, until I was far enough to run. I didn't stop until I reached my truck. I filed a report the next day. They sent a team out to survey the creek bed and surrounding area. They found footprints, elongated, about the size of a human's, but with 3 toes. No heel mark. The soil was too soft to get a cast. They took photos, logged the coordinates, and that was it. No follow-up. No explanation. I was told to avoid the area until further notice. From that point forward, I started logging everything. Every noise, every feeling, every animal I saw acting strange. I even set up trail cameras along the backside of our property. They picked up the usual bears, deer, foxes, even a mountain lion once. But twice I found something that still haunts me. The first was a frame of something moving on 2 legs. The arms were long, down past the knees. The head was small and round. The camera triggered at 2:17 a.m. It moved too fast to get a clear shot. But it wasn't a bear, and it wasn't human. The second time was 2 weeks later. The camera was tilted like something had touched it. Just before it cut out, there was a single frame of what looked like a hand, gray skin, long fingers, no fingernails. I deleted those photos and took the cameras down. I didn't want that thing knowing I was watching it. The final straw came a year later. My wife had gone to visit family for a few weeks, and I was alone in the house. One night, around midnight, I heard something on the roof. Not raccoons or squirrels. Heavy footsteps. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The night was pitch black, no moon. I scanned the roof and saw nothing. But then I heard it again, behind the house this time. I ran around the side and caught a glimpse of something tall and thin moving along the tree line. It moved fast, too fast for any person, and then it was gone. That was the night I decided we had to leave. We sold a house the following spring. Told people it was for work, needing to be closer to town, the usual lies. But the truth is I didn't feel safe out there anymore, and I haven't gone back since. I still work as a ranger, but I stay close to the main stations now. No more backwoods cabins. No more isolated trails. The woods are still beautiful, but I don't trust in the way I used to. And whatever that thing was, I hope it stays out there in the dark. I've been working as a ranger in this region for over 15 years now. Most of my time is spent monitoring backcountry zones and less traveled areas in a national park about 4 hours from where I grew up. People tend to think being a park ranger is mostly about nature walks and saving lost hikers, but more often it's quiet, methodical, and sometimes eerie work, especially in the remote patches that haven't seen a campground upgrade or ranger station in decades. There's one particular area near the edge of the park that's never sat right with me. We call it Section 12B in our maps, an older logged region that the forest slowly took back over the last 40 years. I usually only visit there a few times each year when maintenance checks or reports bring me in. It's not officially closed to the public, but the roads are poor and the signage is minimal. It's the kind of place only locals or seasoned campers would know how to find. And a few of those locals, like one family in particular, kept going back year after year. That family, I won't use names here, always camped in the most tucked away corners they could reach. They weren't the kind to stay near picnic tables or fire rings. They knew how to find old logging roads on the map, knew how to hike gear through half a mile of brush if it meant some peace and quiet. I respect that. That's the kind of thing I used to do before the uniform. In fact, I first met them one summer when they flagged me down for a map check, and since then, we crossed paths almost every spring or summer in one area or another. One year, they camped in a spot I hadn't patrolled in a while, a narrow strip of land tucked between two large ponds, both of which had been dug out decades earlier by logging companies as water sources for steam equipment. The road leading to it isn't really a road anymore, just gravel giving way to overgrowth and washouts. The few people who end up there usually don't do it on purpose. You'd never know it was a perfect spot for camping unless you bushwhacked in and had done your homework. I only found out they were camping there that year because of what they told me the following season. They had a story, and I could tell it wasn't one they made up for fun. The father gave me a short version, calm but uneasy, and the older kid filled in more details when I saw them again years later. I didn't know what to make of it at first, but after I checked it out myself, I started keeping my own record. From what I pieced together, here's what happened to them that year. They had hiked in early, found the old path still walkable on foot, though they had to navigate down trees and thorny weeds to get their gear up to a sloped clearing between ponds. The location was beautiful, honestly. The hill had just enough height to keep water from collecting, and the view looked out across both bodies of water like a mirror split in two. Frog calls filled the night when they set up camp. That time of year, the ponds were full of life. You couldn't sit still without hearing constant croaks and splashes. It was the kind of background noise that soothed people to sleep, especially in places like this, far from town. Everything went smoothly that first day and into the night. They cooked dinner, played cards, and went to bed with no issues. That's what made what happened next all the more strange. At around 2 a.m., they were woken by the sound of engines. Two large black trucks barreling up the same overgrown road they had hiked earlier. The trucks didn't have headlights on, just engine noise and the dull rumble of tires crunching over brush and gravel. Once the truck stopped, over a dozen men, maybe more, poured out of them. They didn't speak. They didn't look toward the tents or react to the family calling out in confusion. They just moved with quiet purpose. The men waded into the ponds with long nets. No lights, no words. Just the sound of water being pushed, nets dragging, and frogs being scooped up in big silent armfuls. They moved slowly and efficiently like they'd done it before, like they knew exactly what they were doing. It lasted about an hour. Then, just as quickly as they had arrived, they loaded up their trucks with buckets and coolers full of frogs and drove off. Not a single flashlight turned on. Not one word exchanged. Not even a glance toward the family camped 30 feet away. By the time silence settled again, both ponds were still. No frog calls. No movement. Nothing. The next morning, the family found one lone frog with an injured leg hopping weakly through the mud. They gently placed it back in the pond. But even then, the pond stayed silent. It stayed that way the rest of their trip. When they told me that story the following season, I didn't know what to make of it. It wasn't illegal to harvest frogs in small amounts in certain areas, though not like this. Not in massive numbers, not at night, not without permits, and definitely not in a zone that wasn't designated for amphibian collection. Even people who hunt frogs at night for food or bait typically make some noise. They wear headlamps. They carry coolers or lights. This was something else. I filed a report and did a few drive-bys that summer, but nothing turned up. We never got complaints or sightings from other visitors. Most people didn't camp that deep in the woods anyway. I chalked it up as an isolated, strange incident. Then a year later, I got a call from the same family, this time about a bear. They were camping at a different site in the same park, a little more north near a shallow ridge line. They'd had a bear rummage through their gear sometime before dawn and drag off a cooler. Normal black bear behavior for the most part, but they mentioned something that stuck with me. The bear didn't touch any of their trash, didn't rip up tents or go after meat. It only took the cooler, and inside were some squished beer cans and a half-open pack of marshmallows someone had forgotten to close. The bear carried it like it knew exactly what it wanted. Again, not out of the ordinary for bears, but it added to the feeling I was getting. Something about these backwoods sites was starting to feel watched, used, like we weren't seeing the whole picture. And for me, that's where things started to change. I started doing more solo patrols through that sector. I'd take the long route up into Section 12B and sit for a while near the ponds, watching. Most days were quiet, uneventful. Nothing but dragonflies, squirrels, and the sound of wind through cattails. But the ponds never seemed to come back to life after that frog event. No chorus of croaks. No movement on the water surface. Occasionally, I'd see one or two small frogs near the edge, but that was it. Then in late summer of that same year, I found something buried. It was after a storm rolled through and knocked down a few dead trees along one of the old access roads. I went out to assess damage and found a small patch of disturbed earth near the base of one of the stumps, no more than 3 feet wide. It looked fresh, maybe a day or two old. I didn't expect much, maybe someone buried trash or an old fire pit. But when I dug it out, I found 3 large plastic bins sealed with duct tape. Inside were layers of burlap and a strong chemical smell that burned my nose. Under there were dead frogs, dozens of them, preserved in some kind of liquid, tagged with zip ties, labeled with numbers and dates written in marker. No name, no permit, no identification. I reported the find and had the samples sent for testing. The initial feedback was that the frogs were being preserved for lab use, possibly dissection or extraction. But no local labs had requested frogs in that quantity, and none of our universities had permits to harvest from this region. The markings didn't match any local coding systems either. It looked unofficial, underground. That discovery opened a quiet investigation, though it never made headlines. Higher-ups wanted to avoid drawing attention to a case that might involve poaching or illegal trade. But I kept going back. I started keeping a private journal of what I found. Paths through the brush where trucks had driven, unusual tire tracks with weird treads, signs of disturbed soil near the pond. Once I even found a pile of frog bones, picked clean and dumped beneath a rock slab. Another time, an old frog gig spear half buried in mud, its prongs rusted and wrapped in tape for grip. I never caught anyone in the act, but I started noticing patterns. Strange groups would show up in the area on new moons. No lights, no fires, just parking deep in the woods and vanishing for hours. They never stayed the night. Always in and out. Always silent. After 5 years of this, I stopped believing it was just people looking for frog legs. I still patrol those areas. I still check those ponds every spring, and to this day, they've never returned to what they once were. Even in peak season, the frogs avoid them. I've started to think the ecosystem was changed permanently, overharvested, disturbed to the point where the natural rhythm just couldn't bounce back. The family still visits the park, though they haven't camped at the ponds again. The father told me he doesn't feel the same peace there anymore. I understand that. Places can hold memories, and sometimes those memories aren't yours to explain. I never found the trucks, never got a plate number or saw a face clearly. But I've seen the signs, tire ruts in moss, frog tracks ending in the mud with nothing beyond. The scars are still there if you know where to look. And maybe that's the scariest part of all, that the woods don't need to be haunted to feel wrong. Sometimes silence is enough. Sometimes it's what you don't hear that sticks with you. I've made peace with most of what I've seen in this job. The broken legs, the lost hikers, the forest fires, and the bears tearing up coolers for marshmallows. But I've never made peace with that pond, because the worst thing out there isn't It was my third year working as a wilderness ranger, but my first time in the Amazon. I had always wanted to be out there, somewhere so vast, so deep and old that even the maps still left parts blank. I'd spent most of my early career hiking dry pine forests in the north and thick Appalachian undergrowth in the east, but the Amazon felt different. It was ancient in a way that crept under your skin. Every sound felt close, every shadow thick, every breath humid and alive. I wasn't out there alone. There were 4 others with me, 2 local guides, 1 research biologist from Sao Paulo, and another ranger who'd done a few trips down south. The goal was to assist a small team surveying a patch of forest not far from the border with Peru. There had been reports of illegal logging activity in protected zones, and we were supposed to monitor the area while the biologists checked for signs of ecological disturbance. It wasn't supposed to be anything dramatic. Hike in, camp, observe, report. We'd set up camp by a river bend, a quiet spot just off the main trail we'd followed in, about 18 kilometers from the last ranger post. The air was sticky even after sundown. Mosquitoes were everywhere. Even with DEET sprayed on thick and long sleeves pulled tight around my wrists, they still found ways to bite. We'd built campfire smoke to keep them off, but it only helped so much. The heat didn't let up even in the dead of night. Everything stayed damp. My boots never truly dried out the whole trip. The canopy overhead was so dense the moon barely made it through. But that night, it was full and high. The moonlight actually made it to the forest floor, pale and cold through the gaps in the leaves, just enough to see the outlines of trees, gear, and people. I remember lying in my tent on top of my sleeping bag, no blanket or shirt, just sweating and listening to the buzz of the jungle. Some people call it forest music, but there's nothing relaxing about it when you're in the middle of it. There's no silence. Something is always chirping, clicking, flapping, or calling. Even after days, I couldn't get used to it. I stayed awake longer than I wanted every night just listening. That particular night, I woke up suddenly, not from a sound or nightmare, just the unbearable pressure in my bladder. I drank a lot of water before bed because I'd been getting dehydrated and now it was catching up to me. I lay there a minute, tried to ignore it, hoping I could just sleep through it, but there was no chance. The pressure was too much. I needed to go. I unzipped the tent slowly, careful not to make too much noise. Everyone else was still asleep. I didn't want to wake anyone, especially not our guides, who were lighter sleepers than the rest of us and had early patrols to run. I grabbed my flashlight just in case, but didn't turn it on. The moonlight was just enough. I figured I'd step just far enough away from camp for privacy, do what I needed to do, and come right back. I moved maybe 25 meters into the bush, choosing a spot just off the side of a thick tree. It looked dry and clear enough to squat, and I wanted to be out of sight just in case anyone else woke up. It's one thing to be in the forest all day around coworkers. It's another thing to be seen half naked in the jungle. I found a little dip in the ground and stepped carefully around vines and roots. The ground squished softly beneath me. Never quite dry in that part of the world, but not swampy either. I pulled down my pants and squatted, hovering a little above the ground, not touching it because honestly, that forest floor was crawling with ants, beetles, and God knows what else. Everything felt still for a moment. I could hear the soft rush of the river behind me and the occasional croak or chirp from the trees. I focused on relaxing, try not to think about the shadows. Then I heard it. Something moved behind me. Close. Just the faintest crunch of leaf litter. Not loud, not aggressive. Just there. It wasn't the sound that scared me first. It was the feeling. The way your back prickles. The way your skin tightens like it's trying to crawl off your spine. I froze. My body wanted to run, but I wasn't done yet, and I was still exposed. I listened. Another step. Closer. And it was heavy. Not stomping, not loud, but heavier than a raccoon or armadillo. Not some little rodent. It had weight. I didn't dare look behind me. My body was already starting to tremble, and I just remember thinking, finish, finish, finish. I forced my bladder to empty as fast as I could, every muscle in my legs burning from holding that awkward squat. The next sound was even closer, like whatever had stepped around a tree trunk and was just standing there. I pulled up my pants without wiping, without fixing anything, just yanked them up as fast as I could and bolted. I ran hard through the trees, not thinking about where I was stepping, branches slapping my arms, my light bouncing uselessly in my hand. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see it. I just ran. When I made it back to camp, I dove into my tent, zipped it shut behind me, and curled up in my sleeping bag even though it was soaked with sweat. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. I lay there shaking, barely breathing. The jungle outside kept on chirping like nothing had changed. But I knew something had been out there. I hadn't imagined it. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I didn't say anything. I didn't want to sound paranoid. I was the only woman on the team, and I already felt the pressure of having to prove myself out there. I told myself maybe it had been a tapir. Or a deer. They're heavy, sure. They move quiet sometimes. But they don't usually come that close to people. Not without a reason. That day, I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. I kept scanning the trees, the trail, the underbrush. The guides didn't seem nervous, so I figured maybe I was just being jumpy. We hiked a new route, looking for signs of tree cuts or boot tracks. We found a few empty cigarette packs, a broken machete handle, signs of logging activity, but not fresh. I kept quiet the rest of that day. I thought maybe I'd imagine how close it was. Maybe the jungle was just playing tricks. Maybe I'd panicked in the dark. But that night, I couldn't sleep again. I lay awake listening. Every twig snap outside the tent made my muscles tighten. I kept my flashlight in my hand the whole time, thumb on the switch. The next day, one of the guides mentioned finding some tracks nearby. Not jaguar, not tapir. He didn't say much about them, but he seemed thoughtful. I followed him later when he went to check the area again. The ground was soft from rain, so there weren't many clear prints, but one stood out to me. It was wide, deep, and almost human-looking, but too large and too heavy. Like someone barefoot, but bigger than any man I'd ever met. The guide brushed it off, said it was probably a hunter from one of the local villages. Maybe, but there hadn't been any signs of village traffic. No other signs of people. We changed campsites the next night, moved a few kilometers upriver. The new site was drier, more open. I slept better. Not great, but better. Nothing weird happened that night. But 3 days later, after we'd hiked deep into a valley surrounded by thick jungle, it happened again. I woke up in the middle of the night, needing to pee. I almost stayed in my tent. I tried to hold it, but it got too painful. So I grabbed my flashlight, stepped out, and walked a little way off, this time not as far. I found a small clear spot near some thick ferns. I squatted again, just like last time. Same nerves, same chill. Then I heard it. Again. But this time, it wasn't behind me. It was to the side, just off in the trees. Not footsteps. Breathing. Slow, wet breathing. Like something big. I turned my light that way and flicked it on. Nothing. But the moment the beam swept across the ferns, they moved like something had dropped down low or turned away. I couldn't see it clearly. Just motion. Just a shadow that shouldn't have been there. I ran back again. This time, I knew I hadn't imagined it. That sound, that weight, that closeness. In the morning, I finally told the others. The biologist said it was probably a tapir, but he didn't sound convinced. One of the guides seemed more interested. He walked the area for a long time, looking at broken branches, disturbed leaves. He didn't say much after, but from that day forward, both guides started carrying their rifles openly. Before that, they kept them wrapped or stored during hikes. We finished the trip 3 days later and hiked out early. Nothing else happened, but I never relaxed. I never felt alone out there. Not in a comforting way, but in the way you feel when something is watching. When I got back to the station, I wrote a full report, even though I knew it wouldn't amount to anything. I left out some of the details. Just said I'd heard and seen signs of large wildlife near camp. Unidentified, possibly human. I work a lot of forests since then. Deep ones, isolated ones. I've seen bears up close, startled a mountain lion, even run into a wild boar once. But nothing has scared me like that moment in the Amazon, squatting in the dark, half exposed, knowing that something was just feet behind me. I don't think it was a jaguar. Jaguars don't make noise when they hunt. And I don't think it was a person. If it was, they didn't want to be seen. And they were too quiet to be casual, too heavy to be harmless. I'll never know for sure. And maybe that's the worst part. Knowing that out there, in one of the last truly wild places on Earth. I've worked as a park ranger for 15 years, mostly in smaller forests and natural reserves. Places most people have never heard of unless they live nearby. I've done everything from clearing blocked trails to dealing with lost hikers, illegal campers, and the occasional wild animal that gets a little too close to the public. But there was one stretch of forest that stuck with me, and one week in particular that changed the way I felt out there in the woods. Back in 2016, I got transferred to a park in northern Idaho. It wasn't well known. It had a name, but we all just called it the Gulch. It was dense, broken up with steep hills, deep ravines, and crumbling, forgotten trails. People didn't visit much, which was fine by the locals, and just the way the other rangers liked it. The area had once been logged heavily, way back in the early 1900s. You could still find rusted saw blades, broken rail carts, and old log haulers half buried in the soil if you knew where to look. Trees had taken back most of it, but the bones of the old world were still there, just under the surface. The ranger station was small and sat on the edge of the forest near a faded dirt road. I lived alone in the cabin behind it, maybe a 10-minute walk from the station itself. No cell service, no Wi-Fi. Satellite radio if the weather was good, but even that was spotty. Our logbooks were all handwritten and stored in metal file cabinets. We were off the grid in every way. There were only 2 other rangers assigned to the Gulch. One of them, Todd, was set to retire within a year. The other, Melissa, was more experienced than I was and spent most of her time deeper in the backcountry, doing fire watch and remote maintenance. That left me with most of the front end patrols, clearing signage, inspecting old service roads, and checking the trail markers for damage or fading. The Gulch had one main trail that looped for about 9 miles, but several smaller cutoffs spidered off from it, some of which weren't even on the park maps anymore. One of my weekly tasks was checking the boundary markers, small green posts driven into the ground every half mile or so to show the border of the park. Poachers liked to push and pass the line. That was a constant issue. That week in early October, I had been assigned to do a full loop of the southern boundary. It was supposed to be a 3-day job. Camp out once, hike a good stretch, then camp again and finish up the next day. The weather was clear and cold, the kind of crisp that makes your breath fog by late afternoon. I packed light, small tent, MREs, water filtration gear, flare, radio, map compass. The usual. I carried a .357 revolver on my hip, standard issue for deep forest patrols. Mostly for bears, in theory. I never had to use it. My first day I was fine. I logged about 12 miles. I passed several broken markers, took GPS coordinates where paint was fading, jotted down details, and made notes in my book. I set up camp by a dry creek bed around dusk, ate a cold dinner, and was asleep by 8:30. That night was uneventful, just owls and a bit of wind moving through the trees. But sometime just before dawn, I was woken up by something that didn't feel right. It wasn't a sound or a movement that woke me. It was more like a shift in pressure, like the woods had exhaled or something. When I opened my eyes, it was still dark. Maybe 5 a.m. Everything was dead quiet. Not just the usual calm, but that deep silence you feel in your gut. No wind, no leaves rustling, no bird calls, no branches cracking in the cold. It felt like the whole forest was holding its breath. I sat up slowly in my sleeping bag, listening. I thought maybe a large animal was nearby. I've had bears circle a camp before, but there was nothing. I looked through the mesh window of the tent. Just trees and gray light. After 10 minutes of stillness, I figure I was just spooked. Maybe a dream I couldn't remember had done it. I boiled water, made coffee, packed up, and hit the trail by 6:30. The second day was tougher. The terrain dipped into an old logging gulch, probably why the area got its nickname. Steep slopes, loose soil, and piles of old debris hidden under brush. I was half a mile from the last boundary post on my list when I noticed a smell in the air. Like rot, but not the usual kind of forest decay. This was sharper, chemical, bitter. At first, I thought it might have been an old animal carcass. Elk maybe, but as I moved farther down into the gulch, it got stronger. Then I noticed something else. The trees were different. They were thinner here, more spread out, but taller. A lot of the trunks had long, deep gouges, as if something had been scraped down them. Not claw marks. They were too wide and too clean, like something metal had been dragged down the bark. I stood there for a long time, just staring at one of the trees. My boots were sunk into damp leaves. I could hear a drip somewhere. Water, probably, but it didn't echo right. It was muffled, dull. I walked another 30 yards and found the source of the smell. At the base of a large pine, tucked in a depression in the ground, was a pile of dead animals. Not fresh, not ancient, somewhere in between. Mostly deer, a few raccoons, even a fox, all stacked in a rough pyramid. No obvious wounds, no bullet holes, no broken bones from what I could see. Just there, piled up, like someone had gathered them and placed them deliberately. That bitter, chemical smell was coming off them strong. Made my eyes water. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and backed away. I didn't touch anything, just marked it on the map and took some notes. I considered turning around then, heading back to the station. But the last marker was only a bit farther. I wanted to finish the loop. That would put me just 6 miles from the service road on the far end of the park. I could be out by dusk. I hiked another 20 minutes, and then I found the post. Marker 67, but it wasn't upright. It was lying flat on the ground. Pulled out, not snapped. Pulled straight from the earth like someone had grabbed it and yanked it up. I looked around for signs of animals. Bears will rub up against markers sometimes, but nothing matched. No scat, no prints, no claw marks, just soft ground and that same sour smell. When I looked at the hole where the marker had been, I saw something else, an old canteen. World War II era, by the look of it. Crusted in mud, but still intact. I dug it out, shook it. Empty. I dropped into my pack and looked around once more. The silence had returned. I took one last look at the hole, then started walking again. But I didn't go far. Less than 100 yards from that pulled-up marker, I found the old service cabin. It wasn't on any map I had. The roof was cave-in on one side, and moss covered most of the wood, but it was still standing. A single door, no windows, chimney half fallen. Probably built in the 1930s or earlier. I approached slowly, not sure if it was safe. When I stepped inside, the smell hit me again. Inside were 2 rusted bunks, a wood stove, and shelves lined with old tin cans. But it was what was on the floor that stopped me cold. Footprints. Dozens of them. In the dust, in the dirt, smeared in old mud. Bare feet. Some small, some large. And they weren't old. The dust had been moved recently. No shoes. Just prints of toes and arches. And all of them led in one direction. Into a square patch on the floor that had once been covered by a rug, now folded up and shoved aside. A trapdoor sat beneath it. I didn't open it. I know how that sounds. I'm a ranger. I'm trained. But something in my gut told me that if I opened that door, something would happen that I couldn't explain. Not supernatural. Not monsters or anything like that. Just something wrong. Something off. I took one step forward. Just one. And then I stopped. I stood in that doorway for maybe a minute, just breathing. Then I backed away and stepped outside. I didn't camp that night. I hiked fast and hard. Made it to the service road by 10 p.m., used my flare to signal one of the outposts. Melissa picked me up in the ATV. I didn't say much on the ride back. Just told her I needed to log something weird. She didn't ask questions. Back at the station, I wrote my report. I included everything: coordinates, descriptions, even a sketch of the trapdoor and footprints. I submitted it like always, but when I checked the record a week later, my report was gone. The file was empty. My notes were gone from the drawer too. I asked Todd about it, careful not to sound alarmed. He gave me a long look, then just said, "Best not to go poking around the gulch too deep. Some things out there aren't your business." I never went back to that part of the park. 2 months later, the boundary markers on the South Loop were reassigned to Melissa and another new hire. I was rotated to trail management and public safety. Every now and then, I think about going back. But I don't. Because here's the thing. Everything I saw could be explained. Dead animals rot. Markers fall. Old cabins collapse. Footprints could be squatters. That canteen could have been dropped 80 years ago. But none of those things felt right when I was there. Not one. The way the forest pressed in. The way the sound died. The way I felt standing over that trapdoor, like the woods themselves were watching, waiting. And I know this. I've worked in forests all my life. I know what normal feels like. That wasn't normal. That wasn't routine. That wasn't safe. So I stay away from the gulch. And I don't ask questions. I've been a park ranger for a little over 15 years now. Mostly worked in the northern regions, Montana, Idaho, and parts of Washington. Thick forests, cold winters, and long stretches of land where you won't see another soul for days. I don't mind it. I was raised out here, and I prefer trees to cities. The quiet, the stillness. It makes more sense to me than traffic and fluorescent lights. This story happened back in late September, a few years ago. I was working a remote post in northwestern Montana, near the Canadian border. It was a rugged area. No main roads, no nearby towns. The kind of place where people don't go unless they really want to be alone. Thick pine forests, mountain ridges, and dozens of unnamed creeks. The post I was stationed at was called Snow Cap, just a cabin really, built in the 60s by fire lookouts. It had a generator for emergencies, a shortwave radio, a steel cabinet for supplies, and not much else. No cell signal, no internet, and during the off-season, hardly any visitors. I was doing a 2-week solo shift. Most rangers took shorter stints there, but I liked the solitude and I volunteered for longer rotations. I'd hike the trails, monitor wildlife cams, check for signs of poaching or trespassing, and log any fire hazards or unusual activity. Every other day, I drive down a rough access road to a halfway point where another ranger would drop off any needed supplies or messages. It was simple work, repetitive, but it kept my head clear. About 5 days into this rotation, I noticed something odd. I was hiking a loop around the eastern ridge, about 10 miles from the cabin. It's a seldom used trail, mostly for monitoring wildlife and erosion. There are trail cams set up along the loop, mostly aimed at deer paths and water crossings. As I was making my way along the trail, I came across boot prints. Not mine. I wear size 12s, and these were smaller, maybe a 9 or 10. The treads didn't match any of the standard issue Ranger boots either. That caught my attention. Now, technically speaking, people can be out there. It's public land. But most folks who go off trail like that leave some kind of notice or park down at the designated lots. No vehicles have been logged entering the area since I arrived, and the prints were fresh. Maybe 24 hours old. At first, I figured it could have been a hiker who got turned around. Happens more often than you'd think. But when I followed the prints further up the ridge, I realized they weren't heading toward any trail or campsite. They were wandering, looping back on themselves in some places, doubling back. At one point, the tracks circled a tree 3 times before continuing north. That pattern stuck in my head. It wasn't random, but it wasn't purposeful either. It was like someone was unsure where to go or they were pacing. It started to bug me. I took photos, made notes, and continued my loop. That night, I logged the prints in the daily report and made a mental note to check them again the next day. The following morning, I returned to the same area. This time I brought an extra trail cam and set it up facing the spot where the prints had circled the tree. I want to see if whoever was came back. I I spent the rest of the day hiking other routes and returned to the cabin before dusk. Nothing happened that night. No noise, no lights, no movement outside. But I couldn't sleep. Not because I was scared, just unsettled. Something about those prints didn't sit right with me. I kept picturing the way they circled that tree over and over. It felt off. On day 7, I hiked back up and checked the trail cam. I expected nothing. Maybe a fox, maybe wind knocking a branch in front of the lens. What I saw made me stop cold. The camera had triggered twice during the night. The first shot, time-stamped around 2:13 a.m., was of a man. Alone, standing at the base of the tree. No backpack, no flashlight, just standing there, staring straight ahead. The second shot, at 2:16 a.m., showed him in the exact same spot, same posture. He hadn't moved. Now, the camera is motion-triggered. If he was standing still, it wouldn't have snapped that second photo unless something had moved slightly. A shift in weight, a turn of the head, but there was no blur, no change in shadow or light angle. It was like he was a statue. I stared at the screen for a long time. I zoomed in. Couldn't see his face clearly. It was too dark. But he wasn't dressed for the weather. Just jeans and a jacket. No gloves, no hat, and the temperature had dropped below freezing that night. No sane person would have stood still for minutes in the cold like that, alone, without gear. I packed up the camera and hiked back fast. That night, I stayed up late with the generator running, just in case. Slept with the shotgun loaded, safety on, within arm's reach. Nothing came. No sounds. No sign of him. Day 8, I contacted base via the shortwave. I reported the incident, sent the trail cam photos, and requested a possible check-in from the nearest ranger. They said they'd send someone to the access point in 2 days. That was the earliest they could get anyone out there. I didn't like that answer. 2 days was a long time if someone was acting strangely out there. Still, I couldn't do much else. That afternoon, I checked a few more cams. All normal. Deer, elk, one black bear. But while hiking the lower section of the ridge, I noticed more tracks. The same boots. This time heading down toward the creek. Again, the pattern was strange. The person had walked to the edge of the water, turned around, walked back 10 feet, then turned again. Over and over, like they couldn't decide whether to cross. No other prints with them. No dog, no partner. Just the same lone set, deep in the mud. I followed them for about an hour before they vanished on a rocky slope. I didn't see any signs of campfires, no wrappers or gear. Whoever it was, they left no trace other than their prints. By that night, my nerves were shot. I kept thinking about the man in the photo. What was he doing out there? Was he watching me? Was he dangerous? My job required me to be calm under pressure, but this wasn't an injured hiker or a bear. This was something else. On the 9th night, something happened that made things worse. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to a soft thud outside the cabin. Not an animal thud. This was deliberate, like a boot hitting wood. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. I didn't move for a full minute. Then, slowly, I slid out of bed, grabbed a shotgun, and stood by the window. I waited another 30 seconds. Then I stepped outside, flashlight in one hand, gun in the other. Nothing. Just the dark trees and the cold air. I scanned the perimeter. No tracks, no movement. Then I looked at the door. A dead rabbit had been placed on the porch. Clean. No visible blood. Its neck had been broken neatly, almost too neatly. Its body laid directly in front of the door, parallel to it, like it had been arranged. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Kept the lights on, kept the gun close. The next morning, I buried the rabbit and hiked a mile down the road to see if I could pick up any fresh tracks. Nothing. Whoever it was, they were good at hiding. When the other ranger finally showed up on the 11th day, I felt a rush of relief I didn't expect. He was just there to drop supplies, didn't come up to the cabin, but I told him quickly what had been happening. He agreed to report to HQ and see if they'd sent a team. I packed up that evening. I knew I was supposed to stay the full 14 days, but I didn't care. I wasn't afraid of being alone. I was afraid of being watched. There's a difference. I hiked the next morning to the access point with all my gear and drove back to the district office. A few weeks later, a full search was done in the area. Rangers, dogs, even a drone team. They found nothing. No campsites, no bodies, no sign of anyone else out there. Just the rabbit photos, the trail cam image, and my notes. Nothing else. I still work for the Park Service. Still do remote rotations. But I never went back to Snowcap. And I never saw that man again. Here's the part that sticks with me, though. During the follow-up, I got a call from a supervisor. He told me something odd. They looked up old records from previous rangers who had served long terms at Snowcap. 3 had reported similar things over the past 20 years. Boot prints in strange patterns. Wildlife left dead near the cabin. One even mentioned seeing a figure at night. None of them had made it into the official reports. Just scribbled notes in old field logs, buried under years of dust. It's not supernatural. I don't believe in that. But I believe someone was out there. And I believe they were watching me, just like they watched the others. Maybe they still are. And I still can't explain why he stood so still in that camera shot. Why he left the rabbit. Why he circled that tree. But I think about it every time I'm alone in the woods. And I listen harder now when the forest goes quiet. I've worked as a park ranger for a little over 11 years now. Most of that time has been split between 3 different national parks. I won't name them. Not because I'm trying to keep secrets, but because the truth is what happened could have happened almost anywhere. The one this story took place in is one of the lesser visited parks out west. It's mostly made up of backcountry, canyons, high desert, and huge stretches of land you could walk across for a week and never see another person. That's what drew me there in the first place. I like the quiet. I don't do this job for the social aspect. Most rangers I know either love people or they hate them. I'm somewhere in between. I can deal with them for a little while if I have to, but what I've always wanted most is space and solitude. Long stretches where I can go out and walk trails, check campsites, make sure everything's safe and in order, and then return to a quiet bunk or an empty cabin. This happened about 4 years ago. I had transferred to this park after doing a longer-term seasonal post in Montana, and I had requested to be placed in one of the more remote sectors. That meant long patrols, sometimes overnight ones, and that's what I was doing when all this happened. The sector I was in had a loop trail about 27 miles long, though there were spur trails and unofficial game paths all over the area. I had a basic route I'd take, sometimes in reverse, but the idea was to cover the loop once every 5 days and check in at the stations along the way. There were old ranger cabins scattered around, maybe 8 to 10 miles apart. Nothing fancy. A cot, a stove, some dried goods, and emergency supplies. No electricity, no running water. Just 4 walls and a roof. It was mid-September, still hot in the day, chilly at night. The desert hadn't gotten any of its fall rain yet, so everything was bone dry. Fires weren't allowed unless you had a stove or a fire pan. Part of my job was making sure people followed that rule, since the fire risk was always high. That week, I had started my patrol at the trailhead near the northern boundary. I had my standard pack, tent bag, enough food for 5 days, stove, water filter, and my radio. No signal out there, of course. The radio only worked at higher elevations or from certain peaks. Every 2 or 3 days, I'd climb up to one of those points and check in with base, just to say I was alive. Day 1 was uneventful. I saw 2 backpackers headed out the opposite way. Wave kept walking. Checked the first cabin and found some wrappers and a half-used propane canister, but nothing else. I logged it in my notebook. At night, I camped a little off the trail near a dry creek bed. Coyotes yipped in the distance. I slept light, like usual, with my bear spray near my pillow, even though we didn't get many bears in that part of the state. Day 2, I hiked the ridge, climbed one of the peaks, and used the radio. I remember that call clearly because I had to shift around for 10 minutes to get a signal. When it finally came through, I gave my location and told base I'd check in again 2 days later. The wind was bad that day, made it hard to hear, but I didn't think much of it. I spent the night in the second cabin, which was more like a glorified shack built into a sandstone outcrop. Cleaned it up a bit, ate a freeze-dried meal, and slept. Day 3 is when things started to get weird. I woke up around 5 a.m. to the sound of what I thought was footsteps outside. Not animal footsteps, human. Heavy, deliberate. I stayed still and listened. After a minute, I heard nothing else. I chalked it up to a dream, or maybe a rabbit knocking something over. Still, I unlatched the old rifle from the wall. It wasn't loaded and mostly ceremonial, but holding it made me feel better. When I stepped out of the cabin, I didn't see anything unusual. It was still dark, just the first hint of dawn lighting the sky. No prints, no noise. I walked a slow circle around the cabin, checked the surrounding brush, and saw nothing out of place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me. It's not the kind of thing I say lightly. I don't believe in the supernatural, never have. But that morning, I felt something I hadn't felt before in all my years out in the wild. A sense that I wasn't alone, and not in a good way. I hiked slower that day. Every time I rounded a bend or came up a hill, I stopped and scanned the landscape. Didn't see a soul, but I started noticing little things. Rocks disturbed along the trail. A fresh boot print in the dust that didn't match mine. A tree branch broken off at chest height, too clean to be natural. These could have been nothing. Could have been hikers ahead of me, maybe heading off trail, but I hadn't seen anyone. Not in 2 days. And the route I was on wasn't a popular one. I never seen more than 2 people a week out there. That night, I set up camp in a small canyon with tall cliffs on both sides. It was the designated site, marked on the map, with a bare box and a flat space for tents. I didn't use the tent that night. Instead, I laid my bag out under a rock overhang and kept my boots on. I didn't sleep much. Around midnight, I heard movement again. Not just one set of footsteps this time. Several. They were on the ledge above me, moving across the rocks. At first, I thought it was bighorn sheep or maybe mule deer. But they were too slow, too steady. No hoof sounds, just crunching gravel and the occasional slide of a boot or shoe. They didn't speak. I strained my ears but didn't hear a voice. No flashlights, either. No glow of headlamps. I stayed completely still, barely breathing. Eventually, the sound faded. When I climbed up in the morning, I didn't find any prints. Just one spot where gravel had been disturbed. Not much to go on. I left camp early and moved faster that day. By mid-morning, I was hiking along a dry riverbed lined with old juniper and cottonwoods. I rounded a bend and found something sitting in the middle of the trail. A hat, just a standard baseball cap. Faded green, dusty, stained with sweat. Looked like it had been out there a few days. I picked it up, turned it over. The tag was gone, and it didn't smell like anything fresh. But it hadn't been there on my last patrol. I remember the bend clearly because I'd camped near it the month before. That was the first time I broke protocol and radioed in early. I climbed up a nearby ridge and got enough signal to reach base. I told them I'd found a few strange things, possibly hikers off trail, and wanted to know if anyone had reported missing persons or illegal camping in the area. They said no, nothing reported. I asked them to double check. They did. Still nothing. I told them I'd continue the loop and check in again at the next point. But by then, I knew I was being followed. The next cabin was about 6 miles further down the loop, built into a narrow canyon with only one way in or out unless you wanted to scale vertical sandstone. I reached it just after dark. I didn't light a fire, didn't even cook food. Just sat inside with the door bolted and the old rifle across my lap. I didn't sleep that night, either. Around 2 a.m., I heard someone walking down the canyon. Slow, steady steps on loose gravel. They walked right up to the cabin and stopped outside the door. I heard breathing, just breathing, and then they walked away. I waited 15 minutes and stepped out. Nothing there. No tracks. No smell. No sign. No movement. Next morning, I found boot prints circling the cabin. 3 distinct pairs, for what I could tell. All different sizes. One small, almost like a child's. Another wide and flat. The third long, narrow, and deep at the heel like someone limping or dragging one leg. I'd had enough. I cut the patrol short and hiked the long way back, a shortcut that cut through some rough terrain but would get me back to the main road in 2 days instead of 3. I didn't even check the last station. Just made a straight line for the road. It was the worst 2 days of my life. Everywhere I went, I found signs of them. Stacked rocks in strange formations. Circles of ash where fires had been. Once, a piece of paper pinned to a tree with a small hunting knife. Nothing written on it. Just blank. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I could hear them moving in the brush around me. One set of footsteps would approach, then stop. Then another. Then nothing. I never saw them. Never heard a voice. Just movement. Just presence. When I reached the road, I collapsed beside the ranger truck and cried. I hadn't cried in years, not since I buried my dog. But that morning I sat in the dirt and sobbed until I couldn't breathe. Back at base, I filed a report. Left out the parts one couldn't explain. Just said I thought there might be illegal activity in the canyon. Maybe a survivalist camp or an off-grid group. They sent out a search team. They found nothing. No signs of anyone. I didn't go back to that sector. I requested reassignment to another park the following spring. Got it. Moved states. Changed my number. Left it all behind. But I still think about those nights. I think about the breathing outside the cabin. I think about the rocks, the footsteps, the way they never spoke. I think about how careful they were, how they left no trace, how they always stayed just out of sight. And I wonder how long they've been there, watching, waiting, maybe not just for me, maybe for anyone. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I still see that paper pinned to the tree, still blank, still fluttering in the wind. And I remember how quiet it was out there, too quiet. I've worked as a park ranger for over 15 years. Most of those years have been quiet, spent checking trailheads, cleaning up after campers, and watching out for wildlife that gets a little too comfortable around people. I've seen some bad things, injuries, search and rescues gone wrong, a few bodies pulled out of rivers, but nothing that shook me to my core. That changed one summer in the Sierra Nevada range, during a stretch of dry heat that lasted for weeks. I was assigned to patrol a remote section of the backcountry near a place called Dry Lake. It's not a popular spot. No cell reception, hard to reach without hiking a solid 8 miles uphill, and the lake itself isn't even much of a lake, more like a shallow depression that fills up in the spring and dries out by late summer. It sits in a bowl surrounded by dense pine forest, with the only access being a narrow trail that cuts across 2 ridge lines and dips down through thick, overgrown switchbacks. The area is not on any of the main maps we give tourists, and most hikers who end up there are either lost or looking for solitude. That week, I had been sent to check up on an old fire lookout that sat about 2 miles north of the lake. The building wasn't used anymore, but we kept it semi-maintained in case of emergencies. There had been reports from a flyover team that something looked off near the tower, possibly vandalism or damage from the wind. My job was to hike in, take photos, make notes, and spend the night if needed. I started my hike early, around 6 a.m., from a service road that climbed up out of the valley. It was already hot, even at that hour, and there was no breeze. The forest was still, which always puts me on edge. No birds, no squirrels, no rustling leaves. Just the crunch of my boots and the weight of my pack shifting with each step. I was carrying the usual gear, GPS unit, topographic map, med kit, bear spray, a sidearm, 2 days worth of food and water, sleeping bag, and camera. I also had a satellite communicator, which is standard for rangers working that deep in the backcountry. The trail to Dry Lake took me 5.5 hours. It was rough going, with overgrown branches slapping at my arms and the sun beating down through the canopy. I passed no one on the way in, which didn't surprise me. I arrived at the lake basin around 11:30 a.m. and dropped my pack on a flat patch of dirt under a shady fir. The lake was exactly as I remembered, dry, cracked earth forming a wide bowl, scattered with rocks and tufts of grass that had turned brown weeks ago. A long line of deer tracks zigzagged across the basin. A few bird feathers were stuck in the dust, and I spotted the partial remains of what looked like a coyote skull near the southern edge. I rested for a few minutes, then checked my GPS and headed northeast toward the old fire tower. That part of the trail had fallen into disuse. No one had cleared it in years, and the footing was tricky. Branches snagged at my shirt, and I kept having to step over blown-down logs and thick roots. About halfway up the ridge, I found a torn piece of fabric hanging from a bush. It was dark green, the kind used in hiking pants or jackets. The edges were frayed, like it had been ripped. I bagged it just in case and kept going. The fire lookout came into view around 2:30 p.m. It stood on a bare rock outcrop, overlooking a wide valley to the west. The structure was in worse shape than I expected. Panels of the roof were missing, One corner of the building looked partially collapsed, and the door hung crooked on its hinges. It didn't look like recent storm damage, though. Something had struck the support beams hard. I walked around the base, snapping pictures, then stepped inside. The inside smelled stale like old wood and rodent droppings. Dust coated everything. A broken chair was jammed under the corner of the desk. Old papers were scattered across the floor, probably left from decades ago. As I moved through the small space, I noticed a strange set of gouges in the interior wall. They were about chest height and deep, long scratches like something had raked hard against the wood. I took a few more pictures and tried to dismiss the unease building in my gut. I spent the rest of the day walking a perimeter around the tower, looking for signs of recent human activity. There wasn't much, just a few more bits of fabric caught on branches and one muddy footprint near a trickle of water that ran down the slope to the east. That footprint wasn't mine. It had been made by a large hiking boot, possibly men's size 11 or 12. It was facing downhill toward the lake. By evening, I made camp near the tower and cooked a small meal. I was sitting on a rock, watching the sky turn orange, when I saw movement at the edge of the trees. About 150 yards away, just above the slope, something dark shifted between the trees. I stood, instinctively reaching for the binoculars clipped to my vest. I scanned the ridge, but didn't see anything. I stayed alert for a while, but nothing else happened. Eventually, I turned in. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a sharp snapping noise. It was close. I sat up, heart pounding. My tent was pitched next to a large fallen log, and I could hear something moving on the other side, slow, deliberate steps, crushing twigs and leaves. Not an animal. It was too careful. I reached for my flashlight, but didn't turn it on. I didn't want to draw attention. The sound continued for another few seconds, then stopped. Total silence. I stayed frozen in my sleeping bag until dawn. When the sun finally came up, I climbed out of the tent and did a sweep around camp. No tracks, no broken branches, but a piece of bark had been scraped off the log near where I'd heard the sound. There were marks on the wood, faint but fresh, like someone had dragged a stick or a knife across it. I packed up quickly and decided to take a different route back to the lake, circling west to avoid the overgrown path. This side of the ridge was steeper but more open. As I descended, I found more signs that someone had been up there recently. Boot prints, a torn energy bar wrapper wedged under a rock, and at one point, what looked like a pile of chewed sunflower seed shells. That might not sound like much, but out there, that kind of thing stands out, especially when there's no record of anyone being in the area for weeks. I radioed in to check in using my satellite communicator and continued down. Back at the lake, around midday, I noticed something new. Near the east side of the dry lake bed, someone had stacked a small pile of stones into a cone-shaped structure, maybe 2 feet high. It hadn't been there yesterday. I walked over to inspect it. At first, it looked like some kind of art or trail marker. But as I leaned closer, I realized it had a very specific pattern. Smaller stones at the base, larger ones balanced on top, and in the center, a piece of what looked like bleached bone. I didn't touch it. I took photos, then backed away. I had no solid reason to stay another night, so I decided to hike out. The weather was still hot, and I had about a half gallon of water left. I started moving fast, keeping my eyes open and ears sharp. But as I pushed through the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That feeling grew worse as the trail narrowed. Several times I stopped, heart pounding, convinced I heard footsteps behind me. But every time I turned, there was nothing. At one point, about 3 miles from the service road, I found fresh scat in the middle of the trail. Human. That's not common. Not even the backcountry. Most people bury it or go off trail. This had been left right there, deliberate. A few feet past it, another pile of sunflower seed shells lay scattered across a rock. I kept moving. When I finally reached my truck, I felt like I'd stepped back into the real world. The air felt different. I climbed into the cab, locked the doors, and just sat there for a few minutes, sweating, thinking, wondering what the hell I'd just walked away from. Back at the station, I filed my report. I included all the photos of the gouges, the footprint, the stone pile. My supervisor said we'd keep an eye on the area, but I could tell he wasn't going to do much. The backcountry's big. Rangers are stretched thin, unless someone gets hurt or goes missing. Strange signs are just strange signs. Still, I couldn't let it go. 2 weeks later, I checked the trail register for the Dry Lake Trailhead. There was only one name listed in the 3 days before my patrol, a man in his 50s, solo hiker, last name Axwell. No return date. No vehicle ever showed up in the parking lot. I flagged it with SAR, but no one filed a missing persons report. To this day, we never found Maxwell. I never went back to Dry Lake. I worked all over the Sierra, from Yosemite to Lassen, but I always steer clear of that place. Not because I'm afraid of some ghost story or ancient curse, but because I know what I heard. I know what I saw, and I know there was someone else out there, someone who didn't want to be found. Someone who's probably still out there, living off scraps, watching from the shadows. In the wild, it's not the mountain lions or bears you need to worry about. It's the people. I was about 6 years into my job as a park ranger when I got transferred to a place called Slate Ridge. It's a big, quiet stretch of wilderness out in the mountains of the Northwest. Not many visitors. No gift shops. No guided tours. Just long, winding trails through dense forests, sharp ridges, and narrow valleys. The kind of place where you can walk for 10 miles and not see another human being. That was exactly why I liked it. They put me on solo patrols from the start. It was mid-October. Weather had turned cooler, and a lot of the animals had already started preparing for winter. Bear sightings dropped off. Most of the birds were gone. The few campers we had were heading home early. The only folks I came across were hunters, mostly local, mostly respectful. A lot of them knew the land better than I did. My cabin was about 6 miles from the park's entrance. No neighbors. Closest outpost was a radio relay shack 10 miles to the north, and it was unmanned. I liked the isolation. Most of my days were spent checking game trails, clearing fallen trees for back roads, and making sure fire pits had been put out completely. About 3 weeks in, I got a call on the radio from the district supervisor. A family had reported some missing hunting dogs. 3 hounds had run off while chasing a scent near a deep glen about 8 miles west of my station. I told the office I'd keep an eye out. They didn't expect much. Dogs go missing out here all the time. Sometimes they come back. Sometimes they don't. The land swallows things. That next morning, I packed my bag and took the old service trail toward the glen. It was slow going, muddy from recent rain, and full of roots. I had to stop twice to clear small rock slides. I didn't reach the glen until just before noon. It was a sunken, narrow spot surrounded by jagged hills, the kind of terrain that messes with sound. You could yell, and your voice would bounce around like it was coming from 6 directions. I tied off near a dead tree and began walking the perimeter, looking for signs of the dogs. I found a few prints, fresh enough to guess they'd been there recently. But after maybe 100 yards, the tracks just stopped. No signs of a struggle. No blood. No drag marks. Just ended like they walked into thin air. I widened the search, climbed up the side of the glen, and looked down from the ridge. That's when I saw something that didn't sit right with me. Down in the thick brush, there was a path, narrow and straight. Looked too clean to be natural. No fallen limbs. No rocks. Just a soft, slightly sunken line leading deeper into the woods. I made my way down and followed it. About a quarter mile in, I found the first collar. It was half buried in the mud, the brass tag still attached. No bite marks, no torn leather. Just sitting there like someone had placed it. I picked it up and slipped it into my pocket. As I kept walking, the trail got weirder. The forest around me grew unnaturally quiet. I know that sounds like a cliche, but when you spend years out in the wild, you learn what natural silence feels like. This wasn't that. This was the kind of silence that presses on your eardrums. No birds, no wind, no rustling. Just the sound of my own boots and breathing. Then came the smell. Faint at first, then heavier the farther I went. It was the kind of stink that turns your stomach like wet fur and rot. I've smelled dead deer before. This was different, more pungent, sharper. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and kept moving, one hand near my sidearm. I didn't know what I expected to find. Maybe a bear kill. Maybe a poacher's dump site. I was wrong. About 50 yards farther, I found a clearing. It wasn't large, maybe 30 feet across, but every tree around the edge had been stripped of bark from the base up to about 7 feet. Long claw marks ran up and down each trunk. Some of the cuts were deep enough to expose pale wood. At the center of the clearing was a pile. At first I thought it was just a mess of old branches. Then I saw the bones. Dozens of them, mostly small, rabbits, squirrels, birds, but some are longer, thicker, fresh. Half buried near the edge of the pile was another dog collar. Same style, same brass tack. That's when I decided I'd gone far enough. I backed out slow and steady, keeping my eyes on the tree line. I didn't run. You don't run out here unless something is already chasing you. I hiked straight back to the glen and marked the GPS coordinates. When I got back to the cabin, I filed the report. Kept it simple. Possible predator activity west of Glimmer Glen. Signs of animal remains. Further monitoring required. No one followed up. Over the next week, I stayed close to the station. Weather turned colder. Frost started sticking to the mornings. My patrols were mostly routine, until the incident with the trail camera. We had a few game cams set up near old logging roads to track movement, mostly deer and elk. I'd swap the SD cards once a week. One of them had been knocked over. Not unusual. Bears sometimes mess with them. I popped out the card and took it back to the cabin. Most of the pictures were standard. A few coyotes, one large buck, a raccoon walking too close to the lens. But then I got to the last set, taken just before the camera had been knocked down. Something had triggered it late at night. The flash caught the edges of the trees and the trail beyond. At first I thought it was a person. The shape was upright, tall, but the proportions were off. Too narrow in the torso, too long in the arms. The next photo was more blurred, just movement, and a white shape that looked almost like a hand brushing past the lens. That same day, I went back and moved the camera to a different spot. A few days later, I woke up just before dawn to a sound I couldn't immediately place. It was low and rhythmic like a slow knock. It took me a minute to realize it was coming from outside. From behind the cabin, I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and eased the door open. Cold air rushed in. The knocking stopped. I circled around the cabin, but nothing was there. Just the same frozen ground and trees. I walked the perimeter, checked the storage shed, looked for prints. Nothing. Not even animal tracks. I chalked it up to a branch in the wind and went back to bed. But I didn't sleep. 2 nights later, the knocking came back. This time it was on the side of the cabin. More urgent, like someone rapping their knuckles just beneath the window. I got up again, heart pounding. Stepped outside with my flashlight. Same result. No tracks. No movement. Just empty woods. I started keeping the rifle loaded. Over the next few days, I kept noticing little things. Tools that weren't where I left them. Storage bins slightly open. A deep scratch along the cabin door frame. One morning, I found all the firewood I'd stacked had been pulled apart and spread across the clearing like someone or something had dug through it looking for something. I told myself it was a bear or a raccoon, but bears don't knock, and raccoons don't strip bark off trees in a perfect circle around a clearing. I stopped sleeping through the night. It all came to a head on the first snow. I was halfway through my patrol when the flurry started. I turned back early. Snow makes things quiet out here. It covers sounds, muffles steps. When I reached the cabin, I noticed something strange. A line of footprints leading up to the back door. Bare footprints, human-shaped, but longer, too long, and no shoe treads. Just smooth impressions with long toes. The stride was wrong, too. They were spaced farther apart than any normal step. They led up at the back door and stopped. Not turned around, not wandered off. Just stopped, like the thing that made them vanished. I didn't go inside right away. I did another perimeter, checked the trees, climbed up on the storage shed, and looked across the roof line. Nothing. I finally went in and locked the door behind me. That night, I stayed up with the lights on, rifle across my lap. No sounds, no knocks, just snow piling up against the windows. But around 3:15 in the morning, the lights flickered. Not once, not a storm flicker. More like a pulse. On and off, then steady. When I checked the generator, everything looked fine. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By sunrise, I'd made my decision. I radioed the district office and told them I needed extraction for mechanical issues. They said it would take a day, roads were snowed in, and no airlift until the storm passed. I said fine. I'd wait. I spent that entire day packing gear, logging coordinates, securing anything I wasn't taking with me. I didn't even leave the cabin. I didn't want to see what was out there anymore. My only goal was to last the night. At some point after midnight, the power went out completely. No flicker. Just gone. I lit a lantern and sat by the door with my back against it. Wind howled outside. Snow drifted high against the walls. Then came the final knock. This time it was on the roof. Just once. A solid, slow thump directly above me. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ceiling, waiting for another sound. Nothing came. I stayed like that until morning. When the chopper arrived, I didn't say much. Just handed off the keys and the logbook and said I'd be filing the rest of the reports from base. A few weeks later, another ranger took my place. Young guy, full of energy. Last I heard, he lasted less than a month. Asked for a transfer after finding all his gear stacked outside the cabin one morning, soaked through with melted snow. I've been working as a backcountry ranger for over 11 years now. Most of my assignments have been in the Rockies, though I've done stints in a few parks across the Pacific Northwest and Northern California. A lot of people think the job is mostly walking around with a badge, pointing at trees, or telling people where the trail is. And that's fine, because if everyone knew the amount of risk we take or the things we see deep in the wilderness, they might stop going into it altogether. This story happened back in 2019. I was stationed in a pretty remote park in western Montana. I'm not going to name the park here, mostly because I still work in the system and I know a few of the other rangers there. The park isn't one of the big famous ones like Glacier or Yellowstone, but it's massive, over 300,000 acres of dense woods, jagged cliffs, alpine lakes, and long abandoned mining sites that most people never even know exist. There are parts of it where if you hike in deep enough, it can take 3 full days to get back out, even if you know exactly where you're going. The incident started with a missing camper. Nothing strange about that by itself. Happens every year, even multiple times a season. Usually it's someone unprepared, lost the trail, tried to cut through a drainage, or follow a stream that they thought led back to a road. Sometimes it's more serious. Injuries, heat stroke, exposure. Occasionally it's worse. But 90% of the time, we find them within 24 to 48 hours. This call came through from a man's girlfriend. He had checked in at the visitor station 4 days earlier, alone, planning a solo trip into one of the deeper drainages on the north end of the park. He'd signed in at Trailhead 14, marked his intended route, and left an estimated return time, 2 days. That would have meant he should have come out around the evening of the 3rd day. When he didn't show, the girlfriend called the station. She said she hadn't heard from him, and he wasn't answering messages. At first we assumed he'd just gone longer than expected and lost cell service, but once we verified no vehicle movement and his permit expired, it became an SCR protocol. I was already scheduled to do an overnight patrol near the area, so I got the call to swing my route into the drainage he'd gone into. I knew it well, Switchgrass Canyon. About 20 miles out from the trailhead, descending through steep, narrow terrain filled with thick pine, scree fields, and a lot of deadfall. Beautiful in the right light, especially mid-morning when the sun filters in through the top of the walls. But rough country, hard to hike even with experience. I packed light, just my overnight gear, emergency sat phone, Garmin, first aid, and my sidearm. I usually only bring the firearm on solo trips into the remote zones. It's bare country, and although attacks are rare, they're not unheard of. I hiked in that morning and reached the rim by early afternoon. The descent into Switchgrass Canyon is brutal. Tight switchbacks along a narrow ledge with nothing but shale and sheer drop on one side. It's not for amateurs, and that was the first thing that made me pause. If this guy really hiked down here solo, he either knew what he was doing or made a terrible choice. About 2 hours in, I found the first strange thing. A cairn, a stacked pile of rocks, sitting directly on the trail, clearly man-made but sloppy. I see cairns all the time. People build them for fun or trail marking, but this one looked off. Lopsided, rushed, and it wasn't marking a junction or anything. It was just there. I took a photo of it and moved on. By the time I hit the bottom of the canyon, it was getting dark. The floor was cooler, The wind was dead, and the pine canopy kept most of the light out. I found a spot near a dry creek bed to pitch my bivvy and made a small cold camp. No fire, just a stove. I checked in via sat phone and settled in, planning to start a grid search at dawn. At some point during the night, I woke up sweating. Not uncommon. The bivvy sack gets warm, especially if the air is still. But what got me was the smell. Faint but noticeable. Like rot. Not the heavy, overwhelming stench of a decomposing body, but something older, subtler. Mildewed meat. Faint enough that it could have just been something in the soil, or maybe a carcass nearby. I wrote it off and forced myself back to sleep. At sunrise, I packed up and started moving along the canyon floor, following the path of the dry creek. It ran north-northeast, eventually petering out into a marshy patch about 2 miles ahead. I figured I'd check there first, since the guy might have gone looking for water. About a mile in, I saw something glinting from a tree up ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was aluminum. A mylar wrapper, fluttering from a branch like it had been snagged. Turned out to be an empty energy bar wrapper. Common enough. But what got my attention was the scuff marks in the dirt below. 2 sets of prints, both human. One set coming from the direction of the trail, one coming out of the thicker brush. Both met at that tree. There were impressions, slight but visible, of where someone had crouched. Then one set walked back the way it came. The other didn't continue, just stopped, like they'd vanished. I marked the location and pushed forward. Around 10 a.m., I came across a set of items. A camp stove, fuel canister, one hiking boot, a torn stuff sack, all arranged in a tight circle around a boulder near a bend in the creek. It wasn't a crash site. Nothing looked thrown or panicked. It looked like someone had deliberately taken off their gear and left it. But no pack, no ID, no body. I looked at the stove's model number and cross-referenced it later. It matched what the missing hiker had rented from a gear shop in Missoula. That's when I radioed in and confirmed that this was officially a probable location. The full SCR team was set to arrive by the next morning, but I was told to stay put, keep searching, and log anything I found. I kept moving north, following some subtle trail impressions that veered off into the brush. By mid-afternoon, I hit a rise and found what looked like an old campsite. Fire ring, some old scorched stones, and a handmade lean-to structure made from rotted branches. It looked like it had been there for years. But what struck me was how clean it was. Nothing around. No trash, no gear, no bones, no bedding. Just the lean-to and an eerie stillness. That night, I camped again, further down the drainage near an outcrop. I didn't smell rot this time, but I did hear something that kept me from sleeping well. Cracking branches. Not like the usual occasional snap of something settling or a squirrel moving. These were heavy, like someone pacing just beyond the firelight. Only I didn't have fire. I waited, holding my breath, listening. Every time I thought it had stopped, another crack came, always in a different direction. 2 spread out to be one animal. The next morning, while making coffee, I noticed a set of boot prints near where I'd pissed the night before. Not mine. Narrower. Smaller. The tread wasn't mine either. And they hadn't been there when I set up camp. The prints led in from the direction I'd come the day before and ended right behind where I'd laid my gear. I called it in. So our team was already inbound by then and expected to arrive in 6 hours. I was told to hold position, but I couldn't. I couldn't sit there waiting, not after realizing someone or something had walked up on me while I was sleeping. I made a slow, wide circle back toward the earlier find, the boot, the stove, and began cutting a grid in the opposite direction of the old lean-to site. Around 2 p.m., I found something I still don't have a full explanation for. It was a hole, perfectly circular, about 4 feet wide. No shovel marks, just a clean, cylindrical pit dug into the soft earth, maybe 2 feet deep. Nothing inside. No leaves, no debris like someone had cleaned it. I took photos, flagged the area, and kept moving. A half-mile further, I found a series of small piles of dirt, like molehills. Except they were spaced in precise intervals, maybe every 10 feet, forming a line that led up toward the northern slope. Something had been dug out and then filled back in. When SAR arrived, I led them back through everything. We scoured the area for 3 days. We found a shredded backpack, completely torn open along the seams, and a phone smashed into pieces as if it had been struck with a rock. No human remains, no trace of the hiker, no new clues. Official report listed it as presumed missing, foul play suspected but unconfirmed. I know what that means. We didn't want to say probably dead, but that's what it was. After the team left, I stayed one more night. Not sure why. Maybe to convince myself there was something to be found if I looked hard enough. Maybe because I was too tired to hike out. That night, I didn't sleep. I just lay there in my bivvy, staring at the black canopy above, listening. The wind picked up after midnight, and I heard something shift through the brush. Once again, too heavy, too broad a pattern like footsteps, but never close enough to see. I left at dawn, hiked out in near silence, constantly checking over my shoulder. I never saw anyone, but I never felt alone either. Here's the part that sticks with me the most. When I got back to the trailhead, I checked the sign-in sheet. The missing hiker's name was still listed. The line with his estimated return was blank. Someone had erased it. Not crossed it out. Erased. Cleanly. I told my supervisor. We logged it, of course, but there was no proof, no video at that trailhead, and no I've been working as a park ranger for just over 15 years now. Mostly remote postings in mountain parks, deep woods, desert preserves, anywhere isolated. It's not the kind of job people stick with unless they're either in love with nature or trying to keep away from something. For me, it was always the first. The silence, the trees, the smell of pine, the sound of nothing but wind, and the distant call of a bird. Those were things I never got tired of. I was posted to a lesser-known national forest in the Pacific Northwest about 6 years ago. It wasn't a park tourists talked about or wrote travel blogs for. That's what I liked about it. It was remote, not flashy. Thick timberland with hundreds of miles of logging roads, old fire breaks, game trails, and cold, fast-moving rivers that only appeared on topo maps. It was peaceful, but not gentle. The land didn't go easy on anyone. One year in particular, mid-fall, I got assigned to do a 2-week solo patrol of the north section. That section hadn't had a report logged in over 2 months. No hiker traffic, no poaching incidents, no wildlife complaints, nothing. It was like the corner of the map that just didn't matter anymore. Still, it was my job to check all of it on foot, log trail conditions, check on old ranger stations, and collect any cameras or data logs left out by biologists or researchers. I packed light, MREs, a .308 rifle for bear and cougar protection, satellite radio, medkit, GPS, topo maps, the usual. I also had a backup paper log and compass. Experience told me not to trust electronics too much. Even the best of them died when you needed them most. I parked my truck at the end of a service road near an old fire lookout base, locked it up, and started the hike northeast up into the ridges. The first few days were uneventful. Cold nights, beautiful days. Elk were moving through the draws in small groups. And I came across a few signs of black bear, scat claw marks, overturned logs. Nothing out of the ordinary. The trails were mostly grown over, and the last signs of human passage looked months old. I logged it all and kept moving. About the 4th day in, I came across something strange. I was hiking along an old game trail through a ravine. The underbrush was thick, and I had to push my way through it. The ground was soft with old pine needles and some early snowmelt from the higher elevations. About midway through the ravine, I saw a straight line of small rocks placed across the trail, perfectly spaced, each about the size of a fist. Not natural. They were too evenly laid out. I stopped, crouched down, and studied them. Rocks don't arrange themselves in neat lines. I'd seen cairns before, and occasionally you'll find weird little rock stacks left by hikers or folks with nothing better to do. But this wasn't like that. This was purposeful, but subtle. Like someone was trying to leave a trail marker, but didn't want to be obvious. I looked around. No other sign of anyone. No footprints, no broken branches, no gear. Just that line of stones. I took a photo of it and kept walking a little slower now. That night, I camped up on a rise. From there, I could see the tree line to the north, and beyond that, the hills started to steepen. The forest got denser up that way. I built a small fire, ate my dinner, and climbed into my bivy sack. The stars were bright, and the temperature dropped fast. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, but hollow. Like everything had just shut off. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. No sound, no wind, no insects, nothing. Just dead quiet. I lay still, listening. It was so silent that I could hear my own heart beating. Then I heard something very faint, like crunching. Footsteps. Not close, not loud, but definitely footsteps, coming from the direction of the ravine. I sat up slowly, slid my hand to my rifle. I didn't turn on my light. I just waited. The footsteps stopped after a few seconds. Then the silence came back, heavier than before. I stayed awake until dawn, never hearing anything else. When the sun came up, I checked around the campsite. No tracks, nothing disturbed, no sign of anyone or anything coming near me. I pushed on. The air felt thicker. I wasn't scared, not exactly, but I felt different. I started to notice little things. Dead birds in the middle of the trail. Not eaten, just lying there with wings folded, like they'd fallen asleep and never woke up. I passed 3 of them in one day, all different species. I took photos, marked their locations, and kept moving. On the 6th day, I found the old ranger cabin. It was on my map, but had no record of use for at least 10 years. A squat, single-room structure with a rusted chimney pipe and moss growing thick on the roof. It looked like it was sinking into the forest. The door was off its hinges. Inside, there was a bunk, a broken-down wood stove, and an old desk with drawers warped from moisture. I checked everything out of habit. In one drawer, I found a field notebook. Most of the pages were stuck together or eaten by mildew, but some were still legible. They were notes, probably from the last ranger posted there. Basic stuff: weather, trail conditions, animal sightings. Then it got weird. The last few pages mentioned patterns in the stones and signs that don't belong. One entry said, "Second night in a row, I heard movement." It doesn't sound like animals. It doesn't sound like people either. Just wrong. That was the last readable page. The rest was water damaged beyond recognition. I didn't sleep in the cabin. Something about it felt off. I kept walking and camped a mile up the trail. That night it rained hard, but I stayed dry under my tarp. Again, at some point past midnight, I woke up suddenly. Same thing, dead silence, then movement. This time was closer. It sounded like something circling the perimeter of my camp. Not fast, not clumsy. Slow, careful. I didn't move. Just kept my hand on the rifle. I wanted to call out, but something in my gut told me not to. I just waited again. Eventually, the sounds faded. At first light, I checked the area. No footprints, no scat, but I found another line of rocks. This one was curved around the side of my camp, almost like a crescent. The stones were a little bigger this time, still evenly spaced, still out of place. I changed direction the next day, heading due west. I didn't like what I was seeing. The farther I went, the more things felt wrong. I saw more of the rock patterns, some in rings, some in lines, some spiraled around tree trunks. Always neat, always intentional. I stopped taking photos. It didn't feel like I was meant to see them anymore. By day 8, I was down the last of my MREs. I still had energy bars and dry goods, so I rationed. The weather started to shift, cloudier, colder. I crossed a ridge and dropped into a steep drainage, hoping to make it to a ranger cache station another 5 miles out. Those stations were built decades ago. Basic shelter and some emergency supplies, nothing fancy. Most were falling apart, but they were marked on maps. As I followed the drainage, I started noticing claw marks on trees. Not deep ones, just light scratches, all at the same height, about shoulder level. They weren't random. They were in pairs. I counted 27 of them over the course of a mile. Always 2 vertical slashes, about 5 inches apart. Always on the downhill side of the tree. I'd seen bear sign before, but this wasn't that. When I reached the cache station, it was worse than I expected. The roof had caved in, and most of the supplies were ruined. I checked the storage locker inside. All that remained were a few rusted cans of food and an old sleeping bag chewed through by rodents. I decided to camp nearby anyway. I was too tired to keep going. That night was the worst. I barely slept. I kept hearing sounds, branches snapping, rocks clicking together. Not thrown, not falling, just clicking, like someone was tapping them together, slowly. I stayed awake until sunrise, rifle across my chest. When I finally stepped out of the tent, I saw dozens of small rock piles around my camp, each about the same height, maybe a foot tall, all perfectly balanced. I didn't touch them. I started moving fast after that. I didn't follow the map anymore. I just kept heading south, trying to find my way back to a main trail or a service road. I stopped logging notes. I stopped looking for signs. I just walked. Every so often, I'd still see the stones. Sometimes in piles. Sometimes laid out in strange grids or spirals. On day 11, I found a torn-up deer carcass in a clearing. Not eaten, just torn apart. Bone snapped in half, but no sign of teeth marks or claw slashes. It wasn't a predator kill. It looked more like it had been ripped apart by force. I walked wide around it. By day 12, my GPS had died. Batteries were gone, and solar charging hadn't helped. I was relying on the compass now. That night, I heard something again. Not footsteps. This time it sounded like breathing. Very slow, very deep. I didn't sleep at all. The morning of day 13, I found a trail marker I recognized. Hand-carved wooden sign, faded but still legible. It meant I was within 10 miles of the truck. I pushed hard that day, barely stopping to eat or rest. The trail was overgrown, but passable. I kept moving. I've worked in a lot of parks over the years, mostly out west, but I'd taken a seasonal position in the Sawtooth Range in Idaho. I needed a change of pace and thought the colder, steeper country would help clear my head. The job itself wasn't all that different from what I'd done before. Trail maintenance, resource surveys, fire watch, backcountry patrol. What made it different was the isolation. That summer, I was assigned to a sector covering 3 drainages, no real trailheads nearby, no ranger station, just an old A-frame cabin about 12 miles from the nearest dirt road. No cell reception, no power, and if I wanted supplies, I had to hike out or call in on the radio if it was an emergency. The cabin sat on the edge of a meadow about 100 yards from a small lake, tucked between thick pine ridges. It was built in the 60s, maybe earlier, by some outfit doing logging surveys. Solid place, nothing fancy, single bed, stove, hand pump for water outside, steel bear box for food. I kept it clean, kept my maps on the table, logbooks stacked by the radio. Every morning, I'd check in with the main station if the weather was good, give a quick report, then head out on patrol or work on trails. Evenings were quiet. I'd read, write notes, or just watch the trees across the meadow darken into shadows. Most of the season was uneventful. Bears kept their distance. I saw a moose a couple of times, the occasional illegal campfire or ATV track, but nothing major. No real rescues either, since people rarely came that far in. That kind of peace can fool you into thinking the place is gentle. But wilderness doesn't care if you're at ease. It waits. It started with something simple. One morning, I stepped out to pump water and noticed a boot print near the lake. Not mine. I wear Vibram soles, standard issue. This one was different, flat, wide heel, more like an old logger-style boot. I followed it down toward the lake and found 2 more prints, each half filled with rainwater from the storm the day before. Just those 3 prints. No sign of someone walking in, no sign of someone walking out. Like they appeared there and vanished. I figured maybe someone came in during the storm, took shelter under the trees, then left early before I was up. Odd, but not impossible. I went back to my usual routine. Hiked a 6-mile loop that day, checked a few trail markers, cleared some down limbs. By evening, the prints were still on my mind. I marked the location in my log, not thinking too hard about it. People pass through sometimes without being seen. A few days later, I was out along a ridge line checking for signs of erosion when I found cairn. Pile of stones about 3 feet high. People build them sometimes as markers, but this one was strange. It was tucked into a shallow draw with no trail nearby. No reason to be there. What really caught my attention was the bones. Set into the base of the cairn were what looked like small animal bones. Clean, weathered, pressed between the rocks like decoration. That felt wrong. Like someone had taken time to make it that way. Not just a kid playing around. I pulled the stones apart to be sure. There were more bones inside, Jaw fragments, long, narrow leg bones, something that looked like a bird skull. No obvious markings or injuries, but the whole thing made my skin crawl. I scattered the pile, kicked the rocks down into the draw, and made a note in my report. That night, I kept the lantern on a little longer. 3 days after that, I woke up to find the pump handle missing. Just gone. The bolts were still in place, but the metal handle that screwed into the top of the pump head was gone. I looked around for an hour, thinking maybe it broke off somehow, though that didn't make sense. I even thought maybe a bear dragged it off, but it's not something a bear would care about. It was heavy, oily, and awkward. I eventually found it 30 feet into the trees behind the outhouse, laid across 2 rocks like someone had set it there for me to find. That was the first time I felt real fear that season. Not the fear you get when you surprise a bear or misstep on a ridge, but that deep, heavy fear that someone is watching. I started scanning the tree line constantly, kept my rifle closer, and began sleeping in my clothes. The radio worked fine that day, so I reported the missing pump handle and the cairn. HQ acknowledged it, said they'd make a note of the vandalism, and asked if I wanted to hike out early. I said no. I wish I hadn't. One morning about a week later, I woke up to frost on the inside of the cabin windows. Not unusual for the mountains, even in late summer. I was making coffee when I noticed the logbook was missing. I always kept it on the shelf above the table, right next to the maps. It wasn't there. I searched the cabin top to bottom. No sign of it. I opened the food locker outside to grab breakfast, and there it was, sitting on top of the seal bin like it had been gently placed there. Pages fluttering in the breeze. My hand shook a little when I picked it up. I flipped through it. Every page was still there. But the most recent entry, 2 days earlier, had been crossed out. Not scribbled or torn, just a single thin line through each sentence, like someone had methodically erased my presence. That day, I hiked a full loop around the lake and up into the ridge. I was looking, not just walking. I found more prints. Different soles, maybe 2 different sizes. No campfire rings, no wrappers, no trash, nothing to suggest anyone had stayed. Just tracks, always just enough to prove they were real. I started sleeping less, listening more. At night, I'd sit in the dark with my back against the wall, eyes on the door. I'd leave the lantern off so I could see the tree line better. More than once I thought I saw something move, a quick shape, a flash of motion between the trunks. But nothing ever came close. Then one night, I heard something breathing outside the cabin. It was after midnight. No wind, no bugs, just dead quiet. Then a slow, rhythmic breath, low and heavy. Not an animal panting or sniffing, just slow breathing. I stayed perfectly still, not even daring to shift my weight on the bed. The sound moved along the wall, paused by the window, then kept going. It circled the cabin once, maybe twice. Then nothing. I waited an hour before moving. When I stepped outside, just before dawn, the frost was unbroken. No prints, not even my own from the day before. It was like the place had been reset. I made the decision that day to hike out early. I didn't want to wait for the scheduled supply run. I packed up essentials, left a note in the cabin, and started down the ridge trail toward the old logging road. I figured I could hike the 12 miles by late afternoon if I pushed. About halfway down the trail, I noticed something strange in the brush ahead. A shape, dark, low to the ground, too still to be an animal. I stepped closer, carefully. It was a sleeping bag, old, faded red, tucked into the space beneath a leaning fir tree. I circled it slowly, staying quiet. It was empty. No pack, no gear, just a flattened sleeping bag and a pair of boots sitting neatly beside it. The boots were worn, laces tied, soles heavily used. I checked them out. Same pattern as the prints I'd seen by the lake weeks earlier. The insides of the boots were full of pine needles. Dry, like they'd been there a while. I backed away slowly and continued hiking. Didn't stop again until I was nearly to the road. That was the end of the season for me. I radioed in when I reached a point with reception and requested immediate pickup. They sent a truck out that evening, and I rode in silence back to the station. I filed a full report, every detail I could remember. The cairn, the boots, the breathing outside the cabin. I expected questions, but no one pressed. A few rangers nodded like they'd heard worse. One guy just said, "Yeah, that stretch can be weird," and walked away. I didn't go back the next season. I took a different job down in Arizona, low desert, big views, fewer trees to hide in. I still think about that cabin sometimes. Still wonder who or what was out there. But here's the part that sticks with me the most. 3 months after I left, I got a call from a ranger friend who'd taken over my sector. He was doing a survey near the lake and found something buried in the mud near the shoreline. It was the lid of the food locker, the one from outside the cabin. Under it, they found a stack of rocks, another cairn, and inside my logbook. Every page torn out. They never found the rest of the locker, or the pump handle, or those boots. That place didn't want me there. It didn't say so out loud. It just waited, slowly took things apart. And it would have kept going if I hadn't left. Whatever was out there, it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't magic. It was just someone or something who didn't want to be found. And they were very, very patient. I've been working as a park ranger for almost 16 years now, mostly in remote areas of the Pacific Northwest. Most days are quiet. You patrol, check campsites, clean up after messy hikers, and occasionally help a lost family find their way back to a trailhead. Nothing fancy, just solid work. But every once in a while, something gets under your skin and stays there. Something that doesn't fit. This happened to me about 6 years ago. It was early October, just past peak foliage, but still warm enough during the day that the park had a trickle of late-season campers. I was assigned to a stretch of backcountry north of Carter Ridge. Thick forest, steep inclines, a lot of game trails, and not much else. It wasn't a popular route, especially after the main trail washed out in a mudslide a few years before. The Park Service rerouted the path farther south, but the original trail was still there, rough and half buried in spots. There was a week-long rotation where I had to check in on the area, clear any small deadfalls, mark hazard trees, and make sure no one was squatting or were trying to camp illegally. They'd recently had issues with people hunting off-season up there too, so they asked me to keep an eye out for shell casings and makeshift blinds. I started that assignment on a Monday morning. Weather was clear, cold in the mornings, but warmed up by midday. I had my pack with me: tent, food, stove, GPS, paper maps, and the usual survival gear. My radio had spotty reception out there, but I had a satellite emergency beacon if things went really sideways. The first 2 days were uneventful. I saw some bear scat near one of the dried up streams and came across a few snapped branches that might have been from wind or maybe elk moving through. Nothing serious. I set up camp near a little hollow below a rock face that second night. It was peaceful, the kind of quiet you only get far away from people. I could hear the wind moving through the trees and the soft ticking of pine needles falling onto my tent. But the third day felt different. It started with small things. I woke up to find the ground around my tent scuffed up. Not deep tracks, just faint scuffs like something had walked near the tent while I was asleep. I didn't hear anything during the night, and I'm a light sleeper. I figured maybe it was a raccoon or something nosing around. Still, I checked the perimeter. No trash was disturbed. No bite marks on my pack. No claw marks on the tent. It was strange, but not impossible. I kept going, heading northwest toward a spot known as Barlow Creek. It was mostly dry that time of year, but a good landmark and common resting place for hikers back when the trail was still used. A few stone fire rings still sat around there. I wanted to see if anyone had been using them recently. Maybe some people were ignoring the trail closure signs and coming in from the north. The trail narrowed the deeper I went. Trees started to crowd in close. The underbrush was thick, more than I remembered from earlier years. A couple of times I had to pull out my machete to clear branches. Then I saw something odd, fresh boot prints. They were headed the same direction I was going. Not running, not hurried, just walking. I squatted down to look. Deep heel marks, deeper than the ball of the foot, which usually meant someone was carrying weight, probably a pack. But what threw me was that they weren't alone. Next to them, close but not exactly parallel, were these long scuff marks. Not paw prints, just dragging lines like someone pulling something along. I didn't like it. I followed them for maybe a mile. They curved away from the old trail and went off into the trees, toward an area not marked on any of the newer maps. I pulled out one of the older ones, the kind we kept for ranger use only. That part of the forest hadn't been officially maintained since the 80s. No campsites, no shelters, just rough, overgrown land. The kind of place you tell people not to bother with because it's too easy to get turned around in. But I couldn't just ignore fresh tracks like that. I needed to see where they went. If someone was in trouble, I had to check. I left the trail and followed the prints. About half an hour in, the forest changed. It got darker. The trees were taller, and the canopy overhead blocked most of the light. There were fewer birds. No squirrels. Just silence. Not even wind. And the ground was soft in a way that made every footstep feel loud. I kept going, checking my compass every few minutes. Eventually, the track stopped. Just ended. No turnaround, no fading out, no sign of the person doubling back. Just gone. But those scuff marks? They kept going. I looked around and saw a break in the trees up ahead, maybe 20 yards off. It looked like an old clearing or maybe a dry marsh. I pushed forward, expecting to find a fire pit, some gear, anything. Instead, I found a sinkhole. It was big, maybe 15 feet across, and shallow at the edges, getting deeper in the center. The leaves at the bottom were darker, wet. I could see bones down there. Not human, probably deer or elk, but old, scattered. And I saw drag marks, deep ones leading right up to the edge. Now, I'm not easily spooked, but something about it made my skin crawl. I backed away, real slow. Every part of me was telling me to turn around and leave. I've done this job long enough to trust that feeling. I hiked back to my last GPS marker, then made my way to higher ground so I could radio in. It took me another hour, but I finally got enough signal to report the tracks and location. They told me to mark the site and return. No backup was available until the next day. That night, I didn't sleep much. I set up camp in a spot with a wide view of the surroundings and no trees close enough to hide behind. I didn't light a fire. I didn't cook food. Just ate some cold rations and listened. Around 2 a.m., I heard movement. Something big. Slow. Careful. It didn't sound like a bear. Bears crash around, they grunt, they snort. This was quieter. Measured. I stayed completely still inside the tent, barely breathing. Then I heard something brush against the side. A single, slow drag, like fingers or claws across the nylon. I held my breath for what felt like an hour, but it was probably only a minute. Then, silence again. When the sun finally came up, I packed up and got out fast. Hiked straight down the mountain to the ranger station without stopping. My legs were on fire by the time I got there. I filed a full report. I showed them the GPS points, the photos I took, and described everything. They sent a follow-up team the next day. They didn't find anything. No sinkhole, no bones, no drag marks, nothing. Just thick trees and leaf litter. They looked at me like I imagined the whole thing. But I didn't. I know what I saw. A few weeks later, I checked the files. That area north of Carter Ridge was quietly scrubbed from our internal maps. The old reports were moved to restricted access. I wasn't assigned to that sector again. And the thing that stuck with me wasn't the tracks or the sinkhole. It was how the prints stopped so suddenly. Like the person vanished mid-step. It made me think, what if that person wasn't dragging something? What if something was dragging them? Since then, I don't go off-trail alone. I keep my routes tight and well-traveled. I don't chase tracks into unmarked areas. I trust my gut when the forest goes quiet. And I always mark my exits. Because in the backcountry, it's not what you see that gets you. It's what you almost see, what you barely hear, and what you can't explain after it's already too late. I've been a park ranger for over 12 years now. That's a lot of time spent in the woods, deserts, mountains, and swamps, mostly alone. I've worked in several different regions, but for the past 5 years, I've been stationed at a mid-sized national park out west. I'm not going to name it here because I still work for the service and I don't want anyone digging into this. I signed a lot of paperwork when I joined this job, and while they don't say it out loud, it's clear they don't want people talking too much about things that might keep the tourists away. And this story, this thing that happened, well, it definitely qualifies. I remember the date exactly because it was the week after Labor Day, September 12th. That's usually when the park starts to quiet down. Families go back to their routines, kids are back in school, and the heavy foot traffic starts to fade. For rangers like me, it's our favorite time. It's still warm, but cooler at night. Animals get more active as they prepare for winter, and everything feels a little more open, more raw. It's also the time when we start to focus on maintenance and boundary checks. The park I work in has 3 backcountry cabins that we use mainly for overnights during long patrols. They're pretty bare bones, just a metal roof, wooden bunks, propane for cooking, a radio, and a wood stove. One of these cabins sits about 19 miles out from the main road, tucked deep in a ravine between 2 ridge lines. Most visitors never even get close to it. It's only accessible by foot or horse. The trail up there is rocky, narrow, and often washed out after storms. That September, I was assigned to check trail conditions leading out toward that remote cabin. Cabin number 3, we called it. It had rained for a couple of days the week before, and we wanted to know if the path was passable. My plan was simple. Hike in over 2 days, stay the night at the cabin, then head back down the following afternoon. I packed light, standard gear, food for 3 days, rain fly, journal, GPS, and the usual emergency supplies. I carry my service sidearm too, of course. We don't get a lot of trouble with people out here, but bears, cougars, or even an angry bull elk can change the story real quick. The hike in was uneventful, just long. The trail had some slick spots and fallen branches, but nothing out of the ordinary. I kept a steady pace and made it to the cabin just after 4 p.m. That gave me enough daylight to inspect the structure, make sure the solar panel was charging, and sweep out the place. Everything looked fine. The cabin had this smell to it, though. Not rot or mold, but something old. Like the inside of a closed chest that hadn't been opened in years. But I figured it was just the humidity and the rain from earlier in the week. I made a fire in the stove and heated up a pouch of chili. After eating, I filled out my report log and noted a few erosion spots on the way up. Then I sat outside the cabin on a flat rock and just listened. It was quiet. No wind, no birds, nothing but the faint sound of water trickling from a nearby spring. Sometimes that silence is comforting. That day, it felt too quiet. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up. I wasn't dreaming, I just couldn't get into deep sleep. Every time I dozed off, I'd jolt awake again, like I was hearing something. A rustle, a footstep, or something brushing against the side of the cabin. I told myself it was just branches or a squirrel on the roof. Still, I didn't sleep more than a couple of hours total. At dawn, I made coffee, ate some trail mix, and walked a few miles up to the ridge above the cabin to check out a known rock slide area. Took photos, marked a few spots for follow-up, and got back down by 10:30 a.m. I planned to head out right after a quick lunch, but something stopped me. There was a strange smell in the air now, like burning plastic and spoiled meat. Strong enough to make me gag. It was faint the day before, but now it was thick, clinging to my clothes, stuck in my throat. I walked a slow circle around the cabin, looking for any signs of fire, but saw nothing. No smoke, no animal carcasses, no garbage. Then I noticed something that hadn't been there the day before. About 30 feet away, just past a line of scrub oak, a small section of earth had collapsed. A sinkhole. It wasn't big, maybe 4 feet wide, but deep. The soil around it was soft, like it had been pulled downward. I got a sick feeling right away. The smell was stronger near it. I walked closer and leaned over the edge. It was too dark to see anything clearly, so I turned on my flashlight. The light showed tangled roots, some rocks, and what looked like part of a metal object wedged into the dirt wall. Something thin and flat. I couldn't tell if it was a piece of equipment or an old pipe. I decided to mark it and report later. I wasn't equipped to go digging. Sinkholes aren't super common in our park, but we do get them now and then, especially after heavy rain. But I still felt uneasy. There was something off about it. I started packing up to leave around noon. I didn't want to spend another night up there. Something about that place was pushing at me. That's the best way I can describe it. Like a pressure on my chest. About a half-mile down the trail, I stopped dead in my tracks. There were footprints on the path. Fresh. Deeper than mine. I looked around. The ground was soft from recent rain, and these prints were crisp, sharp heel edges, full toe marks. Someone had walked up this trail, either late the night before or early that morning. But I hadn't seen anyone. There was no vehicle at the trailhead when I started. No signs of campers. and no one radioed anything about hikers in that direction. The prints led uphill toward the cabin. I crouched to look closer. The spacing was wide, longer stride than mine. Probably someone tall. Could have been a ranger from another district, but we never enter each other's zones without a heads up. Could have been a hunter, but the area was off limits until October. And who the hell hikes up that far alone with no gear? I scanned the forest. No movement, no sound, just that same strange stillness from the night before. I took photos of the prints and kept moving. I didn't want to hang around. I picked up my pace and made it about 6 miles before taking a break. I found a spot to sit and drank some water. That's when I noticed something else. My GPS tracker, it had been turned off. I swear I didn't touch it. I never turn that thing off during a patrol. It logs my route, location, and check-in times. It's the first thing they look at if something goes wrong. When I turned it back on, it said it hadn't recorded anything since the night before. Around 1:17 a.m., I just sat there staring at it. I could have knocked the power switch accidentally, sure. But that never happens. I know my gear, and if it had turned off in my pack, I would have heard the chime. It beeps when it shuts down. Now I was starting to feel the edge of real panic. I felt watched, not like some paranoia or nerves, actual pressure like someone standing just out of sight. The rest of the hike down was a blur. I pushed hard, barely stopping. Made it back to the trailhead around 4 p.m. and radioed in. Logged the trip, mentioned the trail conditions, and gave a basic report on the sinkhole. I didn't mention the footprints or the GPS. I know how it sounds. But that night, after I got back to my bunk, I couldn't sleep. That smell had gotten into my clothes, into my gear. I'd washed everything, but I could still smell it, like something had soaked into my skin. I sat there going over everything again and again in my head. That's when I remembered something small but strange. There was a journal in the cabin's desk drawer. Old, thin leather cover. I hadn't opened it before, but I flipped through it during breakfast that morning. Nothing unusual, just some field notes and trail logs. But the last entry, it was dated exactly 1 year before. Same day, September 12th. It just said, "Don't come back alone." That part stuck with me. I did some digging over the next few weeks. Quietly. I didn't file anything formal, didn't talk to my supervisor. I just wanted to see if anything else had happened in that area. Turns out, 2 years before I joined the park, another ranger went missing in that zone. She was doing a solo sweep and never checked in. They found her pack a week later down in a dry creek bed, but not her. No sign of a struggle. No bones. No gear. Nothing. They said it was probably a fall. Maybe a cougar dragged her off. That's the story they told the public. But I found one note buried in the internal files. A brief mention of strange geological activity near cabin number 3. A ranger had written about earth-settling anomalies and equipment interference. That's it. The report was closed. No follow-up. After that, I never volunteered for that trail again. I stayed away from that part of the park completely. No one really asked why. Most of the rangers don't talk much about those deep backcountry spots anyway. Everyone's got a story they don't want to share. I still don't know what was in that sinkhole. I don't know who made those prints. I don't know what turned off my GPS in the middle of the night. But I know this much. There's something wrong in that ravine. It isn't ghosts or demons or fairy tales. It's something real. Something that doesn't want to be seen. And it's smart. Smart enough to know we come alone. I've been doing this job long enough to know when a place isn't meant for people. And cabin number 3? That's not our place. Not anymore. I've worked as a park ranger for nearly 15 years, mostly in the Pacific Northwest. I've seen a lot of strange things, but nothing ever truly got under my skin the way that incident on the cutoff trail did. It happened back in 2018, and I've never told anyone the full story, not even my supervisor. It's not that I was afraid of not being believed. It was more about how personal it felt, like that stretch of forest reached inside me and left a scar. At the time, I was stationed in a mid-sized national park that covered about 400 square miles of forest, ridges, and ravines. It wasn't as famous as Yosemite or Olympic, but we still got plenty of traffic in summer and the occasional serious hiker in the fall and spring. Winters were brutally quiet, just the wind and the cold and the occasional group of diehards in snowshoes or backcountry skis. The cutoff trail wasn't on any official map, but every ranger knew about it. It ran for about 4 miles through a narrow, steep ravine that used to serve as a shortcut between two official trails, the East Ridge and the Miners Creek Loop. The trail had been closed down years before I arrived because of landslides and a couple of serious accidents, but parts of it still existed. You could see the overgrown entry point from the southern edge of Miners Creek if you looked hard enough. The forest had done its best to swallow it, but it was still there. In late September, we got word that a solo hiker named Alan McCormick hadn't returned from a 4-day trip through the backcountry. He was experienced, at least according to his permit application, and had logged a lot of solo mileage over the past couple of years. But now he was 3 days overdue. His car was still parked at the trailhead. No new sign-ins at ranger stations. No activity on his satellite tracker, which was registered under his name with the system we use. That morning, I was assigned to a small search team, 3 rangers total, and we fanned out across the western quadrant of the park where he planned to hike. We split up once we got deeper into the area, moving in a grid pattern and checking the less obvious paths. It was on my second day of solo search that I decided to check out the old cutoff trail. I don't know why I chose it exactly. Something about the area just seemed off. I found a partial footprint in the soft dirt near a dry creek bed close to the Miners Creek Loop, and it wasn't more than a day or 2 old. It was a decent match for the boots listed on McCormick's packing list. That alone wouldn't have been enough to justify going down the closed trail, but I was tired, the days were getting shorter, and I figured if he tried the cutoff as a shortcut, he could have easily gotten injured or stuck. That place was notorious for twisted ankles and bad footing, especially after rain. And it had rained hard 4 nights ago. I stepped off the main path and started following the signs of the old trail. The further I went, the more the forest seemed to lean in around me. The trees in that ravine were thick and old. Moss grew on everything. The ground was slick with rotting leaves, and I had to use my trekking poles more than I normally would. Everything felt heavy in that part of the forest. The air was still and dense, almost like the place hadn't been disturbed in years. No birdsong, no squirrels darting around, just the sound of my boots crunching leaves and the occasional snap of a branch. About an hour in, I found something that made me stop cold. It was a ripped piece of nylon stuck in a down branch. Faded gray-blue, same kind of material as a backpack rain cover. I took it out of my pocket, compared it to the color of the pack on McCormick's gear list. Seemed like a match. I noted the coordinates on my GPS and pressed forward. The terrain got worse the deeper I went. Loose rock, steep drops to one side, overgrown switchbacks that were barely passable. I started seeing older signs of trail damage. Crumbling embankments, felled trees blocking the path, the remains of a long-rotted wooden footbridge hanging half over a dry gully. Then I started noticing something else. More gear. A torn glove. A crushed energy bar wrapper. A small piece of white bandage gauze stuck to a branch. No blood, but I could tell someone had passed through here in a hurry. I marked each find, took photos, and kept moving. I kept telling myself it had to be McCormick. Maybe he slipped. Maybe he got disoriented. Maybe he broke something and tried to bushwhack his way back out. Around mid-afternoon, the light started fading fast, as it tends to do in narrow valleys. The sun barely touched the ground. I had about an hour of decent daylight left, and I wanted to make camp before it got too dark. I found a relatively flat spot above the trail, maybe 15 feet up a slope, and set up my bivy sack under a low stand of fir trees. I didn't bother with a fire, park rules and all, and besides, I didn't want to attract anything. There were cougars in the area, and black bears weren't unheard of. That night, I slept in fits. The forest was dead quiet, which bothered me more than I expected. Usually you hear owls, branches shifting, wind through the canopy. But here it was like the trees were holding their breath. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard something crunching down below near the trail. I lay perfectly still, heart thudding in my chest. It was slow, deliberate, maybe 10 or 12 steps, then silence. I waited 10 minutes before unzipping the flap and peering out. Nothing. No lights, no shapes. But the feeling didn't leave me. I barely slept the rest of the night. At first light, I packed up and continued down the trail. It had collapsed in places, forcing me to climb over exposed root systems and duck under logs. I slipped more than once. At one point, I lost my footing and slid about 20 feet down a muddy slope, slamming into a rock and bruising my ribs. I cursed myself for even coming down here, but I was too far in to turn back. I had to follow it to the end or risk getting even more lost. That's when I found the campsite. It wasn't an official site, just a flat clearing tucked under a granite outcrop with a rock fire ring and some scattered gear. I moved carefully, scanning for signs. The fire ring was cold but not old, maybe a few days. I found a crushed can of beans, a small stove, and a lightweight tarp stretched between two trees. Under the tarp was a sleeping pad and a foam roll. No sleeping bag, no pack, no person. I did find something that froze me in place. A small spiral notebook, water-warped but still legible. The first couple pages were just notes about trail conditions, food supplies, and daily mileage. But the later entries were messy. The handwriting had changed, more rushed, uneven. One note read, "Heard something last night. Moving uphill. Stayed still until it passed. No light, no voice. Felt like it was watching." Another read, "I lost the trail. I think I went in a circle. Found my own boot print. Thought I heard breathing close by. And then saw someone up the ridge. No pack. Just standing there. Moved off when I called out. Not sure what direction. Avoiding me." The last entry was just a date, 4 days before we started the search. I stood there for a long time, reading and rereading that notebook. I felt something crawling across my skin. Not fear exactly, but an awareness that I was being studied in some way. Watched. I packed the notebook, took photos of the site, and moved on. I followed faint boot prints downhill, crossing what remained of a washed-out switchback. The trail here was nearly gone, just a memory carved into the hillside. I slipped a few more times, banging my knee and scraping my forearm. But I kept moving. Then I found the pack, wedged between two boulders in a dry gulch. The straps were torn like it had been yanked hard from someone's shoulders. Most of the gear was missing. The inside had a strong, musky odor, like wet fur and rot. I backed away from it and took note of the area. That's when I found the real problem. Not far from the pack, in the soft dirt beside a dry runoff ditch, was a trail of prints. Not boots, bare feet. Large, wide, barefoot prints leading downhill. They were erratic, some overlapping, some pointed in slightly different directions. It looked like whoever made them was pacing, waiting, and there were drag marks nearby. Something had been pulled along the ground, maybe something heavy. I followed the trail for about another mile before it just stopped. The prints disappeared into a section of dense underbrush where the terrain flattened out briefly. I found broken branches, some disturbed dirt, but no blood. No sign of a body. I called it in, gave my location, and requested air support and backup. It took them 4 hours to reach me, and by then the light was fading again. The official report said McCormick was presumed dead, body unrecovered. No foul play confirmed. No solid evidence. Just an abandoned site, a pack, and a notebook full of paranoia. The barefoot tracks weren't even included in the final report. Probably because I didn't take plaster casts, and the photos didn't come out clear due to the shadow. But know what I saw, and I know what I felt. Something was down there. Something that didn't want to be found. Maybe it was a vagrant, maybe a hermit gone completely feral, maybe even another hiker who'd gone missing years ago and lost his mind. But it wasn't an animal, and it sure as hell wasn't nothing. After that incident, I avoided that area completely. I transferred out of that district 6 months later. Never told anyone the full truth. The only reason I've worked as a park ranger for about 15 years, mostly in remote parts of the Pacific Northwest, and I've had my share of strange things. Unexplained sounds, missing hikers, illegal grows. But there's one experience that sticks with me more than anything else. It wasn't something out of a horror movie. No demons, no curses, just something real. Something that happened deep in the backcountry, where help is far away and the only thing you can count on is yourself. It was early spring when it happened, right when the trails start to thaw and the snowpack melts enough to start doing deeper patrols. I was assigned to a 2-week solo shift monitoring a stretch of protected wilderness. Roughly 80 square miles of heavily forested, Mountainous terrain filled with rivers, caves, and a lot of dead radio zones. This wasn't the kind of park most tourists came to. No visitor center, no paved roads, just a few dirt service roads that barely counted and hundreds of miles of poorly marked trails. I drove in on a Monday morning, parked the truck where the road finally gave out, and hiked in about 6 miles to set up a base camp near a small fire lookout that had been out of regular use for years. The structure was still intact, a wooden box on stilts perched near the edge of a bluff overlooking a long stretch of Pine Valley. There was no power, but it was dry, high off the ground, and gave me a vantage point that stretched for miles. My duties that week were simple on paper. Check for storm damage. Look for signs of illegal camps or poachers. Document trail washouts. Do a basic wildlife survey. Standard stuff. I was carrying all my gear, tent, food, a sidearm, med kit, and enough supplies to last me over 2 weeks if things went south. The first few days were quiet. Cold. Mornings were stiff and slow. The snow still crusted the edges of the tree line. Evenings were spent filling out logs and keeping my fire going just enough to keep the frost from creeping into my sleeping bag. I covered maybe 10 miles each day, logging what I saw, repairing markers, cleaning up what little trash I found. On day 3, I noticed the first odd thing. It was early morning, maybe around 6:30. I was boiling water on my little camp stove, squatting beside a rock near the lookout. As I leaned down to pour the water into my metal cup, I saw something shiny caught in the tree line about 40 yards off. Just a glint, something catching the morning light. It looked like glass or metal. I squinted toward it, thinking maybe a water bottle or maybe the lens of an old camera or trail cam someone had forgotten. I finished my tea, grabbed my field pack, and walked in that direction. I found a broken mirror. It was about the size of a license plate, half buried under moss and dirt, leaning against the base of a pine. The glass was cracked, splintered into spiderweb lines, and the edges looked dulled by weather. I thought maybe a hunter left it, or maybe it was part of an old trap or makeshift signal kit. There were no tracks nearby, no signs of human traffic. I logged it, took a photo with my work phone, and left it where it was. The next morning, I found another. This one was smaller, maybe the size of a paperback book, wedged in the crook of a tree about chest height, a good 1.5 miles from the first one. Same pattern. Broken. Cracked. Weather-worn. It felt too coincidental, but there wasn't much I could do. I wrote it off as a strange but harmless find. People leave odd things in the woods all the time. But on the 5th day, I started noticing other things. I was deep into a ravine I hadn't visited before. Overgrown, narrow, probably a spot most rangers wouldn't bother with unless they were doing a full sweep like I was. The trail was thin, overhung with brush, and slick with meltwater. I was about 4 hours from my base camp when I started seeing bones. At first, just a few, scattered like sticks off the trail. Long white, some broken, some clean. I figured maybe a deer or a mountain goat had died here over the winter. Happens a lot. Animals get stuck, starve, or slip and break a leg. But as I kept going, I realized there were too many bones. Dozens, maybe more. Rib cages, vertebrae, pelvis, skulls even. Not all in one pile, either. Spread out, deliberate, picked clean. Some of them looked sawed. That's when I got a sick feeling in my gut. Poachers usually don't leave this kind of mess. Predators like bears or cougars don't separate out bones like that. I looked around, trying to figure out the scene, but everything was too quiet. No birds, no insects, just the sound of wind brushing through the branches above. I marked the GPS, took photos, and turned back toward camp. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something about the arrangement of the bones wouldn't leave my head. It wasn't natural. I've seen plenty of kill sites before. This wasn't one. It looked like someone had cleaned and sorted them. There were patterns, like the way the ribs were stacked together, or how certain parts were aligned in rows. It reminded me of something ceremonial. Not spiritual, just mechanical. Focused, like someone had taken their time. On day 6, I hiked out to a ridge that overlooked the same ravine. From up there, I scanned the terrain with my binoculars, checking for any signs of recent human activity. Nothing. No tents. No smoke. No tracks. But as I was packing up to leave, I spotted something odd in a clearing below, a small ring of rocks. At the center of it, something white. I hiked down. Took about an hour. When I got there, I found another pile of bones. These ones were fresh, still red at the joints. It looked like a fawn. The organs were gone, but everything else was intact. Again, the parts were arranged in a circle. Ribs fanned out like spokes. Legs stretched outward. Skull at the center, facing upward. The thing that made my hair stand up was that there was no blood on the ground. None. The earth was dry, packed clean. Something, or someone, had killed, cleaned, and arranged this animal without leaving a single drop of mess. I turned around and hiked back fast. My gut told me to get out before dark. I slept with my pistol that night, fully loaded. Safety off. I kept my radio on, but got nothing. The weather had shifted and the cloud cover killed all signals. No bars. No emergency channel. The next morning, I decided I needed to make contact. I packed up and hiked out toward the trailhead where I parked my truck. If I couldn't raise anyone by radio, I'd hike all the way out and call in from the ranger station. But about halfway down the service trail, I noticed something wrong. My truck was gone. I stopped in my tracks. I was certain I had parked it under a cluster of firs near the trail gate. But there was nothing there now. Just the impression of tire tracks in the soft dirt leading off toward the woods, not back toward the main road. My first thought was theft, but who would hike miles into a remote area just to steal a ranger truck? Plus, I had the keys. It didn't make sense. I followed the tracks a few hundred feet, but they veered off the path into an area too thick for a vehicle to pass through. That didn't make sense either. Trees were too close together. Brush too dense. No way a truck could fit. The tracks just stopped. Dead end. No vehicle. No oil drips. No broken branches. Just stopped. I stood there for a long time, thinking. Then I turned and hiked back to my camp. I made it before dark, but barely. I didn't sleep. On day 8, I found the trail cams. I was hiking a section I hadn't covered yet, trying to stay busy while I figured out my next move. About 3 miles from camp, I found a camouflage game camera strapped to a tree. Not park issue. This one was newer. Black casing. No markings. Facing out toward the trail. I followed a gut feeling and found another one, and then another. 7 total, spaced about half a mile apart, all angled toward trail intersections or natural bottlenecks. Someone was tracking movement, not wildlife. People. I opened one of the casings and pulled the SD card. Later that night, using the old solar-powered laptop we kept on the lookout for data logging, I reviewed the footage. Most of it was static forest. Occasional birds or a deer. But on one of the cards, about 2 nights prior, I caught a figure walking through the frame. Not a hiker. No backpack. No gear. Just a tall, lean man walking at night with no light. He moved slow, methodical, almost too straight, like his joints didn't quite move right. I couldn't see his face, just his silhouette. But I watched him pause, turn toward the camera like he knew it was there, and then walk out of frame. I shut the laptop. Something was wrong out here. Day 9, I didn't leave camp. I stayed in the tower, kept the door locked, spent most of the day scanning the woods with binoculars. At some point around mid-afternoon, I saw movement in the trees, maybe 300 yards downslope. Something darting between the trunks. Tall, thin, not an animal. I kept the scope on it, but lost track after a few seconds. That night, I heard movement under the tower. Slow footsteps in the gravel. Something brushing the support beams. No voices. No talking. Just presence. I didn't go down. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found boot prints. Human. Size 11, maybe. Same prints looped around the camp, up to the ladder, then off into the brush. I made a decision right then. I packed my things. Left most of my gear. Just enough to carry light. I've worked in different parks over the years, some national, some state managed, but nothing ever quite matched the raw, forgotten quiet of Juniper Ridge. It's one of those mid-tier wilderness zones that nobody really hears about, tucked between better-known spots like Lassen or Tahoe. That's probably why I took the posting in the first place. I like the isolation. Less foot traffic meant less cleanup, less petty drama with tourists, less patrol interference. It was just me, the trees, the animals, and the work. I arrived in early April. Snow still clung to the north-facing slopes, and the mornings were sharp enough to bite through my gloves. The main outpost sat on a low rise between two forks of a shallow creek. It had power from a gas generator and a wood stove that creaked like it had lungs. There was a gravel road that led down to town, but you could go a week without hearing a single tire crunch on it. My job was to run the early season patrols, clean debris from the trails, survey for downed trees, mark bear sightings, and do inventory on the equipment sheds and cabins scattered deeper in the backcountry. Mostly, it was quiet work, peaceful even. About 3 miles northwest of the main outpost was Ridge 6. That was just what we called it. Our trail maps didn't bother naming anything so minor. It was more of a gradual rise, dotted with old cedar and pine, thinning into rocky soil up top. Beyond that ridge was a long gully we unofficially called the Hollow. It was maybe half a mile wide and snaked for several miles east to west, boxing on both sides by steep, wooded terrain. It didn't show up on any tourist trail. There were no maintained paths, no signage, no shelters. You had to hike in with map and compass or decent GPS, and even then you had to bushwhack a bit. Rangers only went down there when they needed to, either to count wildlife, search for illegal hunting blinds, or mark invasive plant clusters. I'd been warned not to camp there overnight. Not for any specific reason, just that it was easy to get turned around and that the wildlife down there didn't tolerate humans very well. By the second week of May, I'd settled into the job and started my deeper patrols. One morning, I set out to sweep the far side of Ridge 6. The plan was to check on one of the old logging roads that ran along the top of the gully. The area hadn't seen activity in over a decade, but satellite imaging showed signs of erosion or possible ATV damage. Headquarters wanted eyes on it. I packed light basic gear, map, GPS, MREs, a water filter, and my .357 revolver. I wasn't expecting trouble, just a long hike. I left the outpost before dawn, crossed the creeks, and took the switchbacks up the ridge. The weather was clear, cool, and still. You could hear every squirrel footstep in the dry leaves. I made good time and reached the top by late morning. The moment I crested the ridge, something fell off. I don't mean anything mystical or gut spiritual, just that subtle, all-too-real awareness that comes from years outdoors. The birdsong was patchy. I'd grown used to the typical scatter of thrush calls and woodpecker taps. But here, there was a strange lull, as if sound was pooling somewhere just out of reach. The wind was still going, branches moved, leaves rustled, but it felt like the forest was holding its breath. I ignored it at first, chalked it up to high elevation or seasonal change. I followed an old game trail downward, skirting boulders and weaving between thick trunks. The slope got steeper and footing looser. Half an hour in, I slipped on a patch of wet soil and slid a good 10 feet before catching myself on a branch. My shin hit a rock, splitting the skin open. I swore under my breath, pulled out my first aid kit, and cleaned it. Nothing deep, just a long scrape, but it ached bad. Enough to limp. I debated turning back. I should have, but I'd already marked the ridge and logged the coordinates. I figured I'd push another hour toward the logging road and double time it back. That's when I noticed the trees. In the hollow, the trees weren't right. Not all of them. There were these pines, maybe 30 or 40 scattered through the gully, that had a strange growth pattern. Thick trunks that bent sharply a few feet above the ground, then twisted back upright. I'd seen bent trees before. Some were naturally shaped by snow load or fallen logs, others bent by native tribes long ago to mark trails. But these were different. They weren't shaped with any clear logic. No consistent direction, no elevation markers. Just randomly twisted trunks, as if something had tried to break them at the base and gave up halfway. Worse, the bark was stripped off in patches. Wide, rough scrapes up the sides. Some high enough I had to crane my neck to see them. There were no tooth marks, no claw marks, just missing bark and exposed inner wood, some still oozing sap. I circled a few of them, taking photos. Then I found something stranger. At the base of one of the twisted pines was a pile of rocks. Not unusual by itself, except it was too neatly arranged. Flat stones stacked in a pyramid about 2 feet high, capped with a rusted tin can. Inside the can were bones. Small ones, clean and white. Wrote maybe. Or bird. There were 3 more piles like that within the next 200 yards. Same design. Rocks, canned bones. I don't get spooked easily, but I'm not stupid either. I marked the location, took photos, and flagged it on my GPS. I was about to turn back when I caught a strong smell. Blood. It hit like a slap. Fresh, coppery, thick in the nose. It came from the left, down a slope choked with brush and fallen branches. I moved slowly, hand near my revolver. 10 yards in, I saw a carcass. It was a mule deer, or what was left of one, half covered in pine needles. Head and legs intact, torso ripped open. Guts missing. No insects yet, which meant it hadn't been dead long. But what caught my eye were the wounds. They weren't like normal predation. No clear bite pattern. No tear marks from claws. Just huge, jagged slashes, deep and straight, like it had been cut with something heavy and sharp. And near the hind legs were drag marks. The deer hadn't died here. It had been moved, maybe 20 or 30 feet downhill. I followed the marks until they vanished in rocky soil. I stood still for a long time, listening. Nothing but the creak of trees and a squirrel chattering somewhere behind me. I turned back up the ridge, already planning to file a report and bring a second ranger to sweep the area later in the week. My shin burned, and the woods felt closer than before. Heavier, but I wasn't done yet. About halfway up the slope, I spotted something white in the underbrush. I thought maybe another bone pile, but when I got closer, my stomach dropped. It was a hiking boot, still laced, still mostly intact, tipped on its side as if kicked off. A few feet away, partially buried under leaves, was a tattered backpack. Faded red. I pulled it free and checked the contents. Cliff bars, an old trail map, 2 water bottles, a cracked phone, wallet with an ID. The name didn't ring any bells, but the ID was dated from the previous year. There had been no missing person reports out here that I knew of, but records from last season weren't always detailed, especially in the shoulder months. I radioed it in. No response. I wasn't surprised. Coverage out here was spotty at best. I marked the location and stuffed the wallet and phone into my own pack. Then I got the hell out. The hike back up Ridge 6 took twice as long. My leg was stiff and the silence made my skin itch. I kept feeling like something was behind me. I'd stop, look, see nothing move again. Just trees and shadows. I didn't stop for food or water. Just pushed forward, up and over the ridge, back to the creek crossing, and then the trail to the outpost. By the time I got in, it was almost sunset. My leg was bleeding again. I cleaned it, took painkillers, logged the GPS points, uploaded the photos, and started writing the report. But then something happened that I still can't explain. When I pulled up the GPS logs, the track didn't match my route. It showed me reaching the ridge, descending partway into the hollow, and then stopping. No track back, no return leg, no elevation gain, just a straight line to a point, and then nothing. I tried rebooting the GPS unit. Same result. I checked the time-stamped photos from the camera. The first half, ridge trail, bent trees, bone piles were there. But the ones I took of the carcass, the boot, the backpack, gone. Not a single file. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I hiked out to the ranger station in town, turned over the ID and what little I'd brought back. They ran the name. No missing person on record. No alerts from last season. No family contact. The phone was dead and waterlogged. No SIM. I asked if anyone else had ever reported strange structures in the hollow, or if they'd seen the bent trees. The answer was no. Most rangers didn't even go out that far. A few days later, I went back. Not in a hollow, just up to the ridge. The entire gully was covered in fog, thick and low, barely shifting. I stood there for over an hour, watching, listening. Nothing moved. No birds. No wind. Just that same waiting silence. I put in for a transfer that month. Not because I was afraid. I worked as a seasonal park ranger for a large forest preserve in the upper Midwest, just outside a stretch of rural land that touched both state and federal park boundaries. It was thick hardwood country, endless oaks, sugar maples, and a few old-growth hemlocks in the deeper cuts of the ravines. You'd think a place like that would be mostly peaceful, and most of the time it was. Long days, dirt under your fingernails, good air, and a quiet rhythm of life. But sometimes the quiet worked against you. Sometimes you needed a little noise to feel like you weren't the only thing left in the world. It was my third season at this particular park, and I knew the area well by then. Its boundaries, the off-trail markers, the patterns of animal movement, the common campsites, and the older trails that were technically closed but still used by the locals. I did everything from search and rescue to maintenance to wildlife reporting. Sometimes I just walked the trails for miles, recording notes on erosion or illegal fire pits. It wasn't glamorous, but it suited me. That summer had been unusually dry. July had rolled in without the usual week-long storms, and even the undergrowth had turned brittle. The creeks that normally crisscrossed through the valleys were just long stretches of damp rock and dry leaves. The drought also meant more hikers pushing deeper into the woods in search of water or solitude, which made my patrols longer than usual. One section of the park had always been a bit of a blind spot. It sat along the eastern ridge, a long stretch of narrow hills and steep drops that eventually fed into a place called Fenlow Creek. The trail that used to go down there had been officially closed for years due to a rock slide, but people still used it. Locals called it the Gut because it looked like the earth had been scooped out with a spoon. It was too steep for most people, and the only reliable way in or out was to follow the dry creek itself, which meant hopping rocks, climbing fallen logs, and ducking through tight underbrush. It was exhausting work, even for someone who did this every day. That week, a fire spotter plane had seen smoke coming from down in the Gut area. It wasn't a full fire, but just a faint gray column, probably from a campfire that hadn't been properly put out. The dispatcher marked it as a low-priority patrol, so it sat for a couple of days before I was free to check it out. I logged the call and set out mid-morning with a pack, some water, and my GPS. I didn't expect to find anything, maybe just a charred fire ring and some beer cans. It was already hot when I hit the entry point. I parked my truck off the main trail and dropped into the ravine, where the trees pressed close on both sides. The descent was slow, thick with loose shale, old roots, and patches of deadfall. No wind moved through the trees, and the only sound was the dull grind of gravel under my boots. About a mile in, I reached the creek. The rocks were pale and dry, with scattered pools here and there from earlier rain. You could see the white stains of long evaporated water, crusted with lime and mud. Every so often, I saw old boot prints or signs of someone having slid down the bank. For a while, everything was ordinary. I moved steadily, scanning the banks and checking my GPS every half mile. I followed the faint path where water used to run, which wound through tight corridors of black locust and ironwood. At one point, I passed a thick patch of raspberry bushes that had been torn through, maybe by deer or a bear. I made a note of it and kept moving. It took another half hour before I found the fire ring. It was on a shelf just above the creek where someone had cleared out a flat space between two large boulders. The fire had been small, but there was a heavy, scorched ring of rocks and blackened ash in the center. There were no footprints, no trash, no tent stakes, and no sign of fresh disturbance. Judging by the dryness of the ash and the way the soil looked, it had probably been lit 3 or 4 days before. I took some pictures with my phone, stamped out the ashes with my boot, and turned to leave. That's when I noticed a mark on the rock. One of the boulders that formed the side of the shelf had a strange gouge in it. Not natural erosion or anything caused by weather. It was a deep, sharp-edged cut about 2 feet long and half an inch wide. I bent down and ran my finger across it. The edges were jagged, like something had struck it with force. It looked like someone had taken a blade, or maybe an axe, and hit the stone deliberately. I couldn't think of a reason why someone would do that. I pulled out my notepad, jotted it down, and took a couple of photos. Then I started the long walk back up the creek. It was strange, but not worrying. That was my mindset, at least at first. But the further I got, the more I started to feel it. That low, stomach-hollow tension that creeps in when you're being watched. I paused, listened, and heard nothing but my own breath. I scanned the banks on both sides, but saw no movement. I told myself it was a deer or a raccoon, maybe even a bobcat. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. About a mile back, I noticed something else. A new set of footprints. They weren't mine. Mine were heavy-soled, spaced wide. with deep heel prints. These were different, smaller, narrower, and shallower. They followed the same direction I had come from, but they hadn't been there when I first passed. Someone had come down behind me. That stopped me cold. I crouched down, looking closer. The prints were recent, still crisp. The toes were pointed inward slightly, and they looked like they belonged to someone wearing sneakers. I scanned behind me again, but the creek twisted out of sight in both directions. I stayed low for a while, listening, waiting for some kind of movement. The silence stayed thick. I kept moving, but slower now. My hand kept brushing against the bear spray on my belt. I didn't draw it, but I kept my fingers near it. After another 15 minutes of climbing, I came to a spot where the creek had widened into a small basin, surrounded by steep, fern-covered slopes. There was a narrow log bridge someone had built across a dip in the rocks. Just a single beam of wood laid over a crevice. I had passed it on the way down, but now something was different. The log had been moved. Before, it had rested flat across the gap, secured by a few smaller rocks on either side. Now it was angled, almost deliberately unbalanced. One side hung off slightly, and the rocks had been cleared. It wasn't natural. Someone had come behind me and shifted it. I stepped back and felt my pulse in my neck. I didn't cross the log again. I took the longer way around and climbed over the rocks. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tried not to let it get to me, but the feeling lingered. I told myself it was probably another hiker. Maybe someone camping off trail. But there was no tent, no trash, no gear. Whoever had come behind me had done so quietly, and they hadn't tried to catch up or pass me. They had just watched. That was the part one couldn't explain. They had been behind me the whole time, moving when I wasn't looking. I filed a report with my supervisor the next morning. He read it, shrugged, and told me to stay sharp. There were always a few weirdos in the woods. As long as no laws were being broken, there wasn't much we could do. 2 days later, I had to go back. Another spot fire had been reported, this time just a few hundred yards from the first one. I didn't like it, but I had a job to do. I took a different route in. This time, I came in from the south side, over the ridge, then down the slope near the ravine shoulder. The sun was already behind the trees when I started, which meant I'd be returning in the dusk. I carried extra batteries, more water, and a second GPS. When I reached the new fire site, I found another small ring of rocks. Same as before. Same ash, same size, same deliberate construction. But again, no trash, no markings, no evidence of who had made it. Just a single dry bed of charred wood, still faintly scented with smoke. And again, there were the marks. This time, on a different boulder, long, slashed lines carved into the rock. 4 of them, running parallel, like someone had dragged a metal tool across the surface again and again. They were deeper this time, not just scratches, gouges. Pieces of a stone had flaked off. I knelt beside them and felt the edge, sharp and fresh, and then I noticed the trees. In a ring around the clearing, 5 or 6 of them, small bits of bark had been stripped. Thin horizontal slices had been carved just below eye level. Each cut was about the width of a finger, clean and straight. Not the work of an animal. Too uniform, and not lightning or wind damage either. These had been done by hand, maybe with a knife. Just shallow enough to not kill the tree, but deep enough to scar it. That's when I left. I didn't stop to eat. Didn't stop to record coordinates. I just turned and climbed back out of the gut before night hit full. The whole way up, I could feel the trees pressing in tighter, the sky shrinking above me. I checked my back every 50 feet. Nothing moved. Nothing followed. But the feeling was stronger than ever. This cold, quiet certainty that someone was watching. And they weren't far. The next morning, I checked the GPS logs from both trips. I laid the coordinates over the map. Both fire rings were less than a mile apart. But more than that, if you drew a line between them, they ran in a perfect arc, curving along the contour of the ravine. And at the center of that arc, right in the middle of the 2 points, was an old,